Welcome back to the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. Appreciate you guys joining us for some Wednesday night baseball doubleheader. We're going to have the Marlins versus the Phillies in the early game and the Twins versus the Dodgers in the late game. Thank you guys again so much for joining us over the past couple of weeks. Really appreciate all the support we've gained. Hopefully we get a little bit more and see if we can cross that 700 mark by the end of the week. With that said, let's get right into it. Already have we're already in the bottom half of the first inning anyway. Kyle Schwarber just popped out anyway in foul territory to the third baseman LeBlanc. Just kind of going through your lineup. Sandy Alcantara is on the mound for the Marlins. Noah Syndergaard got the start for the Philadelphia Phillies, his second start with them. Welcome in, Ryan. Yes, they are. Yeah, Juan Soto hit that home run yesterday anyway to end their 26 innings scoreless streak anyway. So they finally got off the schneid anyway. I thought they were at 13-6, I think is what the score was last I saw between the Giants and the Padres today. So hopefully they can keep that offense going. And they still don't have Tatis Jr. there. So I still think they're going to need him, of course. But that offense finally was able to shake off the cobwebs, I suppose. 20 runs on the last two games. Yeah, pretty good. Profar is bad. Well, I mean, not everybody's going to hit on all cylinders. Excuse me. Not everybody's going to hit on all cylinders in every game. Let's see. Just see if I can pull up Profar's line from today's game. 1 for 5. I mean, it's not horrible. He's hitting .251 on the year. He's probably going to be your starting left fielder in a playoff series. And for the rate they got him at, they are going to use him more as a utility type of a player. They have a bunch of guys that kind of fit that mold now. Sounds like they're actually going to try to put Tatis Jr. in center for at least a few games. Alcantara goes deep in this game. Yes. Think Miami can win? No. This game is in Philadelphia, and Philadelphia is finally starting to get some pieces back. Rhys Hoskins is called out on strikes anyway. Great piece of pitching there by Alcantara. Right on the inside corner. The best starter in the Marlins is Sandy Alcantara, who's the one guy they had on that entire team that they were not willing to move. Alec Baum is in there in the 3 spot today. When I say that the Phillies are getting healthier, just look at that lineup anyway. Hall is down in 6. Segura is back in there at second. Stott is now at short. They were able to get rid of Gregorius. Little ground out there to third. Ends the first inning anyway. Only 1 hit in the game so far. Well, Miami did lose a couple of their top-end relievers in Zach Pop and Anthony Bass that they traded away to the Toronto Blue Jays. But looking at that Miami lineup, I don't see where your runs are going to come from, though. I mean, Thor isn't exactly the greatest pitcher, but he has a fantastic strikeout rate. So I think he's going to carve this lineup pretty good. As far as Alcantara goes, I mean, that Phillies lineup is starting to come together now. Not saying that they're world beaters yet. I mean, they still don't have Bryce Harper, and I still think they should have gone out and gotten a shortstop there at the deadline. But just looking at their lineup, Schwarber's hitting .206, but he still has an OPS of over 800. Rhys Hoskins, over 800. Alec Boehm, who's in the 3 spot, is hitting .293. Real Muda is one of the best hitting catchers in the league. He's hitting about .270 right now. Nick Castellanos, who's having a terrible year by his standards, is still hitting close to .260. The one player who's struggled so far anyway, it seemed like, with Derek Hall, but he's got his OPS over 933 and his batting average is up to .282. Segura's back, hitting over .283. There was times earlier this season anyway when they had 4, 5, 6 players in that lineup hitting below .230. Well, yeah, he kind of took the 3 true outcomes a little too seriously. He was home run, walk, or strikeout. Except he actually does make a little bit more contact than some of the other 3 true outcome guys out there. Looking at you, Joey Gallo. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Noah Syndergaard out here for his second inning of work. It'll be Charles LeBlanc, who's off to a decent start to his season anyway, hitting .419. Then it'll be De La Cruz and Diaz rounding out the rest of that Marlins lineup. Syndergaard now clean shaven, kind of mixed up his look here with the Phillies. Excuse me, it'd be Billade and then LeBlanc and then De La Cruz. My bad. Foul tip into the mitt. 2-2 now. Appreciate you guys joining us for some Wednesday night baseball. Watching Noah Syndergaard's second start here with Philadelphia. His first one did not go too well. Pushed his ERA over 4. He's got that back underneath 4 with a solid first inning. Hard hit ball beats the shift into right. Castellanos fields it and tosses it in second. Nice work there. Well, some good contact there by Blade. This lineup does not have a whole lot of punch in it, so we'll see if Schwarber can make the excuse me, see if Syndergaard can make the best out of it. LeBlanc digs in. First pitch is smacked anyway between first and second. Castellanos is up with it, flips it into second. First and second, no outs. It looks like they're ambushing that early fastball. It'll be De La Cruz next. Yep. Yeah, Miami doesn't have a whole lot of punch in this lineup anymore. And yet they still got a couple on against Syndergaard. Ooh. Excuse me, swing there. Hit off the bat, almost off of his forearm by the looks of it, but made solid contact with the bat, and it'll be 0-1. Syndergaard's already given up 3 hits in this game. The set and the 0-1. Just above the zone, 1-1. Well, I mean, he's the only piece right now that they can build around. I mean, they have a ton of good young players that are coming. They just aren't there yet. Stallings is a good catcher, but he's hitting .205 this year. Kind of having a down year. Okay, kind of had a down year. Really had a down year by his standards. Cooper was available at the deadline. But this lineup's got to get a lot better to support that pitching staff. They have a really good starting staff, and it's all young. All of it's got at least 4 years of control or more. Pablo Lopez as well. This one hit right to second base. Segura making the catch there. Unable to get the double play, but that'll get the job done. 1 away now. Another hard hit ball, though, off of Syndergaard. Appreciate the like. Thank you very much. Well, I'll put it this way. Their pitching staff right now is as good as pretty much most of that NL East anyway, outside of maybe the Mets, and that's just because of the top end talent that the Mets have when healthy. DeGrom and Scherzer are, in my opinion, two of the best arms in Major League Baseball history. But when you take them out, that rotation can stand up against any one of the others in the division. Yes, Pablo's still there, so just looking at that rotation alone, that's reason to believe in their future. I mean, if they can get 2 or 3 productive bats in that lineup, just look at their lineup today. They have no Soler in their lineup. There's no what's his name, Garcia in the lineup either. Those are a couple of veterans that aren't out there today. Having players like that, maybe another piece or two would make that team maybe a 500 team. And we're not talking big additions. We're talking league average production from certain positions. Not saying that the Marlins are going to be world beaters anytime soon. I am saying that they can do a little bit better, though. They have the makings to be a good team. Thank you for the likes. Appreciate those. If you're just joining us, we're watching the Marlins versus the Phillies. In the nightcap, we'll be watching the Twins versus the Dodgers. So make sure you join us for that. And then, of course, as always, we'll have our daily update immediately following our live. Ground ball, possibly a double play. Nope, they just at least forced the out at second anyway. A little too slow in order to get the double play, but Hoskins able to smother that ball. Thank you for that. Appreciate the like. Yep, Dodgers and Twins. This was the spot Kershaw was scheduled to start, but of course he is not going to be starting today. Again, the issues that I have with the Dodgers, their starting pitching. Issues that I have with the Yankees, starting pitching. A lot of teams that could have added starters, or at least did add starters and then subtracted starters, like the Yankees. I think there's still room for improvement. A little bloop out into center. This one gets down in front of Marsh. 1-0. Marlins in front now. Nice piece of hitting. Stallings driving home the run there. They really are ambushing that ball. I wonder if the Phillies are going to have a little discussion here and say, hey, let's start working backward. See if we can't get this rectified. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate the like. Kershaw has a serious problem. Well, I think that the Dodgers have more of a serious problem than Kershaw does. I think if Kershaw can get healthy, as long as he's healthy by the postseason, Kershaw will be fine. But I think the Dodgers have more issues because they have they've had a lot of injuries in that starting rotation this year. They're still relying on Dustin May to come back and be productive for them, which I think is a tall task, especially considering he hasn't pitched in almost a year now. So a little bit troubling. This one popped up again, ambushing the early pitch there. This time Stott makes the catch, and we're through 1.5. Marlins have jumped to a 1-0 lead. 1 run, 4 hits, no errors for the Marlins so far today. Nothing doing for the Phillies. They will have Real Muto, Castellanos, and Hall due up in the bottom of the second. But yeah, to answer your question, the Marlins, I think, aren't as far away as everybody thinks. I think their starting staff is really good. Could they trade off a piece and try to, distribute those talents elsewhere? I think they very well could. Do I think they'll move Alcantara under any circumstance? Absolutely not. I don't think there's any circumstance right now that any team could provide them with and say, hey, we'll give you X, Y, and Z if you give up Sandy Alcantara. I think the Marlins immediately just hang up the phone. For the Dodgers, though, that starting staff, I'd like to have seen them add another piece. Instead, they traded away Mitch White, which is a little troubling to me because at least he was a younger arm that you can count on for at least some innings. Not have to tax some of those war horses for them, Buehler, Urias, Kershaw, etc. They already have Bauer on this suspension anyway, so he's not coming back. They've gotten some really solid production, though. out of some no-name pitchers anyway before this year. We'll see if they can continue to have that success. But the Yankees are dealing with the same thing. They had a lot of success early on. After that early success, though, they're middle of the pack pitching staff. They traded for Frankie Montas, who gave up 6 runs in 3 innings the other day in his first start with the Yanks. They traded away Montgomery, who in his first start with the Cardinals pitched 5 innings of shutout baseball against his former team, the Yankees. Oh yeah, he would definitely bring back more than Castillo up there near the Nationals return. I don't know about that, but I think you're looking more at a Cole Hamels type of return for Sandy Alcantara. Maybe 5 good prospects, but the level of prospects that the Nationals got back for Soto are absolutely premium. They would have been premium 5 years ago when you look back at, say, the Cole Hamels deal, where they got Jorge Alfaro, Nick Williams, Jake Thompson, and then a couple back end starters as well. That's more of the package that you're looking for Sandy Alcantara. CJ Abrams, Mackenzie Gore, Robert Hassel, and James Wood, all on their own, would probably have gotten you 2 really good starters back in the day. Nice pitch right at the bottom of the zone. Alcantara gets the call, though, on that one. Real Muto falls behind 0-1, hitting .268 on the year, .339 on base percentage, .455 slug, 13 home runs, and 44 RBIs. Knocks this one back to the screen, and it's 0-2. A little bit of news out of the Detroit Tigers. AJ Hinch will have a role in the process of hiring a new GM along with other Detroit Tigers baseball executives, team chairman Christopher Ilitch said. Hinch said he does not have interest in becoming the GM. I'm the manager, Hinch said. I plan on being the manager. So he gets to hire his boss. That's a little scary. How often has that worked in baseball history or sports history, period? I understand Hinch has had a lot of success with the Astros. The misstep this year by signing Javi Baez, partly because of his ability to connect with AJ Hinch. A little bit worrisome if you're a Tigers fan. I understand you want Hinch to have at least a voice, somebody he can work with, because if you really like the manager, you don't want somebody who's going to completely toss everything into the wastebasket. But still. 0-2 quickly here on Castellanos, who grounds it foul. Mm-hmm. He's a warhorse. And look at his ERA. 1.86. He's only 26 years old. 10-4 record, 23 games started. I mean, just looking at his last 7 games, that's 44 innings pitched. Has given up a total of 8 earned runs in 7 games. So if you're looking at the Phillies, getting 1 or 2 runs off of Alcantara would be considered a successful day if you're a Phillies fan. NL Cy Young, they kind of show the leaders right now. Alcantara, Gonsolin, Burns, Fried, and Wheeler. Alcantara, in my opinion, probably the leader of that group. Hall fouls that one back, and it's quickly 0-1. Alcantara getting ahead very quickly here. Yep. Yeah, you remember the debate last year between Corbin Burns and Zach Wheeler? You're not going to have that issue this year because Alcantara's got better numbers and more innings pitched. Burns last year had much better numbers, but fewer innings by a margin. Wheeler had weaker numbers because he had to pitch those extra innings because the Phillies didn't have a bullpen. So that's why that's why his ERA was inflated. 0-2 now on Hall. 2 away here in the bottom of the second. Pops this one up, and that's going to end the inning. I say pop this one up, and it goes all the way into medium center field. Through 2, Marlins on top, 1-0. He is a dominant pitcher. But yeah, there's no way. Yeah, they aren't getting good wood off of him at all. There's no way Sandy Alcantara is going to be traded. I understand every single team is going to be interested in him if he ever becomes available, but the Marlins are going to be looking to trade one of their back of the rotation pieces, one of their 3, 4, 5 starters, like a Pablo Lopez. Um, it's all about service time for them because they don't want to invest a lot of money in this team going forward. Sandy Alcantara might be the guy that they choose to splurge on and pay that big type of contract, but they've done that before. Think back to Giancarlo Stanton, Ozuna, Yelich, etc. That core with the Miami Marlins. Of course, they had a great young pitcher at the time in Jose Fernandez, who unfortunately passed away in a boating accident. Um, and that kind of disrupted their entire timeline for success. He was their best pitcher on their team by a wide margin, and they just needed to have league average pitching behind him to make that offense look good, or to make that offense good enough. But nowadays, they're trying it the other way, going with pitching first and just hoping for to get enough run support to be able to make it work. Hmm. Yeah, he was as far as like the Marlins go. Anybody who's in that 3, 4, 5 spot, those are the guys you can look at as possible trade candidates. Let me see if I can pull up their pitching staff real quick. All right. Just looking at games pitched anyway, Sandy Alcantara leads the way for the Marlins with 23. Is, of course, their ace. Pablo Lopez has pitched 7 games, or excuse me, he's got a 7-7 record, 22 games pitched anyway. Trevor Rogers, they're number 3 right now. He's at 5.85 ERA to kind of speak to that unfortunate year he's having. Garrett is in that rotation as well. Through 12 games, he has 4.02 ERA. Then, of course, they have a bunch of prospects that are trying to get some time here and there. Jesus Luzardo, of course, came over from the A's. He's got a 3.23 ERA. So if you're looking for a trade, possibly one of those 3, 4, 5 starters could be the guy they move at the deadline or after the season anyway. News out of the Dodgers. Dave Roberts has said Dustin May will make one more rehab start on Sunday. If that goes well, he'll be on track to make a season debut during the next series at home. Dustin May on the verge of coming back. Dodgers getting some reinforcements just as they need them. With Kershaw going down due to injury at the moment. Tatis Jr. is said to be starting his rehab assignment. Who's uh, Bob Melvin said last week anyway when we were watching Sunday Night Baseball, this week anyway, that he would be starting his rehab assignment, I believe, the next day, so Monday, a couple days ago. He was going to be playing some shortstop and center field, but he's likely to be back, if I had to guess, sometime mid next week, Wednesday, Thursday, somewhere in there. Sounds like they want to give him at some time in the outfield just so they can kind of keep Kim in the lineup if they want to, depending on the starting pitcher that day. 0-2 here on Rojas, just off the outside corner. 1-2. Syndergaard trying to settle down after finding some trouble last inning. Two for two with a couple of walks. Yep. I've been watching some of the minor leagues. They've just because there's a lot of players that are getting ready to come back here over the next couple of weeks. Welcome in, Melvin. For the Mets in the Phillies series, I don't know it, but I can find out for you. Let me see here. There we go. Okay. So on the 12th, it will be Suarez versus Scherzer on Friday. On Saturday, it will be Phillies haven't announced their starter for Saturday, but it will be DeGrom going for the Mets. And Sunday, neither team has announced a starter for Sunday's game. But if I had to guess, you'd probably be looking maybe Syndergaard for that Sunday start, but I doubt it. Let me see if I can pull it up anyway. If I had to guess. Maybe Zach Wheeler for one of those games. Sounds like maybe Sunday you could see him there. His last start was yesterday anyway, so I would kind of line up for that. Maybe you see Zach Wheeler on Sunday. For the Saturday game, well, let me go back again. If I had to guess, the Mets would probably counter with Carrasco on that Sunday game. But for the Phillies on the Saturday night game, they probably will go with Aaron Nola. So possibly Suarez, Nola, and then Wheeler. For the Phils, it'll be Scherzer, DeGrom, and then Carrasco for the Mets. So that sounds like what your rotation is going to be. Looks like Noah Syndergaard got through that inning all right. We go to the bottom of the third. Both teams are playing much better. I think it'll be a lot better of a series once Bryce Harper gets back. Then we'll get to see best on best. But for right now, the Mets clearly have the upper hand, in my opinion. I don't even think it's that close. Now, if the Phillies had went out and gotten another bat, preferably at short, I keep saying this, but I think they should have invested in a shortstop this year. With as much as they splurged at the other positions, bringing in Syndergaard, Robertson, they brought in Marsh. They addressed a lot of the holes on this team. The one area they didn't address was short. I think if they had taken care of that, we'd be talking about them as a possible threat, possible contender in the National League. But as it stands right now, I think they're on the outside of that contender picture looking in. Segura lashes this one to first. Runs. Oh, he's safe. He beat it out. Nice play by Segura, hustling all the way down the line. Just a poor connection there between the first baseman and Alcantara. Alcantara was trying to get the ball as he was sprinting over. Alcantara is very upset. You can visibly see it. Trying to keep his composure, though. Let's see. Yeah, Alcantara did beat him there. If they review this, he's going to be out. But either way, great hustle by Segura. That should not have been that close of a play. But yeah, Alcantara got his foot in there first. Thank you guys for joining us. If you're just joining us right now, yep, they do have it overturned. It is one out. If you're just joining us anyway, we're watching the Marlins versus Phillies. Sandy Alcantara versus Noah Syndergaard. Marlins lead it 1-0 here in the bottom of the third. Later on this evening, we'll be watching the Dodgers take on the Minnesota Twins. Jorge Soler, World Series MVP. Jorge Soler. I don't know. Younger guy? Chisholm, Jesus Sanchez. Chisholm's the second baseman. Welcome in, we appreciate you joining us. Chisholm's a second baseman, not an outfielder. Number 25. I don't see a 25 on here. No number 25. Number 25 is a pitcher. He's on the 60-day IL. Jordan Holloway. Oh, Lewis Brinson? He's not been there in a minute. Former Rangers prospect that went to Philadelphia in that Cole Hamels deal and then went to Miami in that Real Muto deal. Nah, he hasn't been on in Miami in a minute. The 1-2 is popped out to left. Through 3 innings, Marlins lead it 1-0. 1 run, 4 hits, no errors. Phillies have gone in order pretty much the entire way. They're going to need to get something going. Alcantara is absolutely rolling today. In my opinion, he's probably going to win the Cy Young if he keeps this up. Marsh, who came over from the Angels, popping out to left there. He gave up a hit to Segura, but it was reviewed and overturned. He was called out. He had a grounder to first, and they couldn't get the toss right, and so it took a little bit of extra time. The umpire originally ruled it as safe. They reviewed it and said he was out. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Check in on some of the other scores from around baseball. Guardians on top of the Tigers right now, 3-0. Braves and Red Sox scoreless so far. A couple of games have already gone final today. Mets beat the Reds 10-2. Brewers getting back on track, winning 4-3 against Tampa. Checking in on the divisional races anyway, out in the National League. Dodgers, of course, clear out in front in the West. Mets right now lead it in the East by a good 6 games, it looks like. 6+ games against the Braves. Phillies about 9-ish back anyway in the division. Cardinals still on top in the Central. How long for? I don't know. They're only a half game up on the Brewers right now. Phillies holding on to the second wild card at the moment. Padres have sputtered over the past week, but seem to have finally gotten their offense to kick into gear. Their pitching's been great most of the year. See if they can get that lineup to produce the way they hoped it would, especially with the acquisition of Juan Soto and Josh Bell, Brandon Drury as well. 0-1 now on Blade, who got a base hit and came around to score the only run of the game so far. The 0-1 by Thor. Off speed down and in. Did he swing at it? No, says the third base umpire, and it's 1-1. Curveball bends in there, and it's 1-2. For those of you wondering, the Marlins are 11 games back of that second wild card. They're definitely falling off the pace now after staying with it earlier this year. Another no swing call by the third base umpire, and it's 2-2 now. And you can kind of see why they've fallen off the pace. That offense just isn't there, hence the reason why they sold at the deadline. Trading away a couple of bullpen pieces. There was heavy talk around Pablo Lopez to the Dodgers, and then it was to the Blue Jays, and then it was to the Phillies, and then it was to the Yankees, but he ended up staying there. This one is literally hit right down the line. He's going to try for 3 and is in there with a triple. Nice piece of hitting there by Blade. He's 2 for 2. And Thor is in trouble yet again here in the fourth. When you have Sandy Alcantara going the other side, you can't be giving up base hits like this. That was literally hit right over the bag. That's not something you can review either. Might have been close on replay, but in either event, it literally hopped right over the bag. Fair ball. I know it's tough to be a Marlins fan, but you'll have a bright future with that pitching staff. If you can just get a few base hits, get a little better production from a number of different players, your team could be very good going forward, possibly contending for a wild card next year. For ERA, I'm not sure if Scherzer can get there or not. Let me see. I think it's 1 inning, or I can't remember how many innings, but it's a certain number of innings per game your team has played. Let me see if I can pull that up for you. Mets have played what? 112 games so far. And he's thrown 15 games. He's thrown 95 innings. So he's close. He probably needs another 3 or 4 starts to be in that category. Another base hit there. Marlins take a lead 2-0 now. Things not looking good for the Phillies tonight anyway. Of course, it's still only a 2-0 deficit, but you're going to get up against a Cy Young hopeful in Alcantara. It's going to be tough sledding. But to answer your question, if I had to guess, you'd probably be looking mid-September when he finally crosses enough innings to be able to qualify for the ERA title. His ERA right now is a 1.98. Alcantara is better than that with almost 160 innings pitched. It ain't going to be close. The 0-1 here to De La Cruz. Popped up. Medium right field. Castellanos in a few steps, makes the catch, and flips into the infield. He's right there. There was Fried was on that list. Burns was on that list. Wheeler was on that list. And Gonsolin. Let me just see if I can pull up his stats for the year. He's been terrific for the Dodgers. 2.3 ERA. Yeah. I think Alcantara's the clear winner at this point. But he's got to finish out the season strong. Having a start like this against the having a start like this against a playoff contender in the Phillies will certainly help his resume. Yeah, he does. That's one rare thing nowadays is that he does eat innings. He's better than DeGrom at this point just because he's healthier. DeGrom missed a year at this point, and DeGrom is very good, don't get me wrong. In fact, I think he's probably even better than he was before the injury. But you're not expecting DeGrom to go out there and give you 8 innings right now. You can't, and if you're a Mets fan, you don't want him to. You need him for the postseason. Do not burn those bullets in the regular season. If he gets hurt because he overthrows a pitch, that's a mistake by the Mets. Buck Showalter, I don't think will allow that to happen. Doing a little bit of a review right now to see if he actually needed to touch second base again, because as he was trying to come back to first, he kind of turned and has his foot on the right side of second base, which is between second and third, so I can kind of see the argument. They are going to review it. Yeah, Alcantara goes 7 innings. Yeah. I mean, I do like Aaron Boone as a manager there in New York. I think the front office has a big influence right now on that lineup, though, and I don't think Buck Showalter would have done or would have put up with that at all. I think because of the front office situation that the Mets have, a little bit more traditional, a little bit more chaotic in the past, he's kind of the steadying influence. The call is confirmed that they're not saying he did turn as he went around second base, even though his foot went between second and third. He did make contact with the second base, but he was already turning back at that time. And we're back to it. Lewin Diaz, swing and a miss. He got the start at first base today, hitting 156 on the year. Yeah. I'm not saying Aaron Boone's a terrible manager at all. I'm saying I don't think he's managing the way he would like to manage right now. I think his hands are tied a little bit with the bullpen decisions. It's not close. It's Judge. Judge, 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 and more Judge. I think he hit his 45th home run today. Otani's great, and he's otherworldly as far as talent, but MVP is not about talent. He's been insane, yes, but he's also had some dingers. Was it 3, 4 starts ago against the Braves where he gave up 7 runs? 0-2 here on Diaz as he fouled that one into the seats. The pitch. Grounded foul. We'll do it again. Not hitting 40. Now, if you're telling me he gets into 45 territory and he's sub 2 ERA, then we can talk, but I don't think he's getting anywhere close to there. Plus, he's playing on a team um, in the Angels that's the worst in baseball. Welcome back, Zach. Appreciate you joining us again. Hope you had a good trip. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Good battle here by Diaz. Down 0-2. Oh, busy, busy. First day back at work today, anyway. Spent the last couple with family trying to get some things done and celebrating a birthday and all those kinds of things. So it's been very hectic. Mariners, yeah, they were worrying me there for a little bit, but a nice double play ball here by the Phillies gets them out of the inning. Through 3.5, they trail to the Marlins right now, 2-0. Which Sox? The White Sox? You mean come on as in the game about to start? Yeah, it's 7:05. White Sox though had lost Tim Anderson now for 4 to 6 weeks. I thought that the White Sox might catch the Rays for that final wild card after that injury though. That's a tall, tall task. I think I read somewhere where they've injured every single part of their body at some or collectively as a team they've injured every single bone in their body, every single ligament as a team. That's a lot. Tim Anderson. Yeah, the shortstop for the White Sox. I mean, you might get a good, spot start here and there from, guys like that, but you're not you're going to miss that production. I mean, he's a 300 hitter, gets that lineup really going. I mean, you're already counting on a rotation to come back healthy and overperform from what they did in the first half. I just don't think they got enough juice in the tank. At this point, I think it's all about getting your younger guys some at bats, getting Jimenez back on the right track, Robert to stay healthy. I don't think that's much of an argument at this point in their career. Which one had a bigger influence on the game at their peak? Donaldson. Which one's the better player right now? Anderson. But to answer your question earlier, Ryan, I think it was you. You were asking about the Judge versus Otani. I think Judge has already run away and stolen it, and that was 3 weeks ago. I think he probably took it away right after the All Star break. And yes, I know that's really early to declare the MVP spoken for. It's spoken for. It's done. It's Judge. And I'm not even a Yankee fan. Alcantara, 10 of 10 first pick strikes today. Oh, or he's ahead 0-2 right now on Schwarber. Little tapper into the shift again. What a shock. Ooh, that was close. That's a base hit by Schwarber. We'll see if this one's reviewed, though. That was just a slow developing play for Miami. Yep, they're going to review this one. Mattingly given the symbol, or signal anyway. Nice sliding stop by LeBlanc, although I don't understand why he had to do that. There was another player already there for it. Ooh, that's close. You can't see his foot because they had zoomed in so much. He might actually be safe, though, from that angle that I just saw. I didn't hear that, but that makes sense. Oh, I don't know if. Yeah, they're going to. Schwarber's toe caught the front edge of that base. I thought Schwarber was safe originally, but the way his foot came down, I thought it was on the base. It wasn't. It was in front of that base, and his toe might have been there in time. Appreciate you guys joining us tonight. If you haven't hit that subscribe button, please do so. Got 10 of you with us right now. Appreciate every single one of you. We'll be having a doubleheader tonight, and after the doubleheader is over, we will immediately start our daily update. Got our Patreon up and running, but don't have anything on there yet for you guys. That'll be posted tomorrow. I do work open to close, so it will be a late in the evening post for you guys. Probably around 9, 10 o'clock is when I'll post that one. And they are going to keep it with the call in the field stands. First base hit for the Phillies tonight. Schwarber safe at first. Rhys Hoskins digging in, hitting .253, a .495 slug with 24 home runs and 54 RBIs, a .343 on base percentage. He did strike out, though, in the first against Alcantara. The set and the pitch in the dirt, 1-0. Judge hits 72. I don't think he'll play enough to hit 72 at this point. I think they're probably going to taper off his the number of game he plays, especially in September if they have this late or this big of a lead in the division. Of course, they'll still want to, be the top seed in the AL anyway. But I think Houston's probably going to run away with that one at the beginning. A little bit of miscommunication there by the Marlins. Rojas, though, is able to squeeze it, and Hoskins is retired. Lance McCullers is set to make his season debut for the Astros, so that rotation getting everybody back healthy right now. Rojas trying to run the infield. The second baseman was already there. Kind of shoved him out of the way. Verlander pitching tonight for the Astros. That game just getting, the game versus the Rangers just getting underway. Schwarber attempting to steal there is in there safely. Wow. Nice piece of base running there by Schwarber. It was a close play, but he did get in there. Stolen base against Stallings. That's a little bit surprising. Sneaky speed, I suppose. 2-0 now. Bohm hitting .293, .412 slugging, 8 homers, and 46 RBIs. He's still very young in his career, so we'll see if he's able to knock in a run here against possibly the Cy Young Award winner this year in Sandy Alcantara. The 2-0. Hard hit, but right at the third baseman. LeBlanc flips over to first. 2 away. Appreciate you guys joining us. If you're just joining us, here at the Upside, we cover Major League Baseball, the NFL, the NBA, and the NHL. Cover all the teams from all 4 major sports. Post some short videos for any of the major news that as it happens. We do some live baseball games. Already done some hockey and basketball earlier this year. We'll do some NFL games this Sundays this fall. We'll cover a little bit of fantasy football as well for you guys. Starting up a Patreon and podcast network as well. So if you haven't joined us already, hit that subscribe button here on YouTube. Follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. McDavid got robbed of MVP. I mean, he was stellar. Oh, there's an error in the Astros game. Seager reaching. 1-1 after a mighty swing by Real Muto. 1-1 against him. 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th. Phillies trying to climb back into it. One and two now. Should he reach, it'll be Castellanos next. The 1-2. Oh, out in front was Real Muto. Swings and misses. And we're through 4. Phillies in front, 2-0. Marlins in front, 2-0. My bad. That's just a nasty pitch there by Alcantara. For the Marlins, it'll be 8-9-1. Stallings, Burdick, and Wendell. Yep. I mean, it was kind of lackadaisical defense there by the second baseman playing so deep. He wasn't able to get up there in time to be able to throw him out at first. Kind of ruined the perfect game that he had going. But Alcantara looks completely in command. Yeah, when you have platoon players who absolutely crush one side of the pitching, either a righty or lefty, makes sense to just play them against those. Well, yeah, I don't think anybody trusts that Miami bullpen right now after they got rid of their best relievers. But this Phillies lineup, while they're improving, it's not necessarily the best lineup in the world right now. They still don't have Bryce Harper in there. Just imagine how good this lineup would be if he was. Really excited to cover our first NFL game on Friday. Packers versus 49ers. Jimmy Garoppolo is throwing on the sideline. He's not expected to play. Trey Lance is supposed to get most of the reps in the first half. Jordan Love is going to start that game as well. He should get most of the snaps in the first half as well. So the future of the Packers and 49ers on display. Rodgers, of course, having that psychedelic thing that he's been dealing with. You know, take it or leave it, honestly, in my opinion, but it's going to be crazy. Well, we did a daily update last night, I believe, that we kind of went into that a little bit. The Raiders, they have a bunch of running backs in their stable right now. They brought in Josh McDaniels to be their coach. They have Brandon Bolden, who was there with the New England Patriots there, kind of a jack of all trades at the running back spot. So they have like a bunch of options to go with, and they used him in the Hall of Fame game, which made teams or made media anyway wonder, hey, are you trying to shop him, show how good he is, that kind of a thing? McDaniels went to reporters basically the day after saying, "Oh yeah, we weren't shopping him. We weren't trying to showcase his talent or anything like that." It all sounded like lip service to me, honestly. I think if maybe a team like the Cleveland Browns, who have a disgruntled running back and Kareem Hunt, maybe that could work there. Where do you think Roquan Smith will go? Uh, that's another one where the GM kind of put his foot in his mouth. Ryan Poles, the new general manager there in Chicago, apparently negotiated in bad faith, according to Smith. Said basically he was given a take it or leave it offer. Literally was told take it or leave it by the GM. Now the GM's come out and said, "Oh no, we didn't say that." After the player said, "Literally, you said this to me directly." And I don't think they'll work out a contract extension. The contract that he was offered was severely backloaded. His agent is his stepmom. I think that's what the note was that I had last night. I already threw my notes away from last night, but his agent is his stepmom, who basically, um, yeah. Hold on. Sorry, ignore me. His agent is not his stepmom. I was thinking of Kyrie Irving for a minute there. Kyrie Irving's agent was his stepmom for a minute. That was the two articles last night I was confusing. Just to kind of clear everything up. Roquan Smith says that Ryan Poles negotiated in bad faith. He was given a contract by the GM, literally told take it or leave it, severely backloaded, was not necessarily a great long term deal either as far as average annual value. The deal also had de escalators. You've heard of contracts having escalators in them. How often have you heard of a contract having de escalators? So, say you miss time, they take away money from your paycheck. That guaranteed money isn't necessarily guaranteed anymore if you don't hit certain thresholds. That's when you should have structured the contract as incentives, not de-escalators anyway. So that's kind of the issues with Roquan Smith's deal. And I'm on Roquan Smith's side, honestly, on this one. I mean, Ryan Poles is trying to reshape that front seven for the Chicago Bears. Eberflus is a fantastic defensive mind. He has taken over the head coach spot there, coming over from the Indianapolis Colts, was the linebackers coach with the Cowboys a few years before that. He's a great defensive mind. Cowboys were very upset to see him go to the Colts at the time. Colts were very upset to see him leave as well. But it's his time. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with the fit of him in Chicago. I thought Chicago should have gone with an offensive coach, but Roquan Smith and apparently Eberflus did not hit it off well either. This one's a hard hit ball right at the shortstop, and there's two away now. But Smith apparently did not get along well with the coach or the GM so far in camp, and this I don't think is going to end well. I think you might end up seeing him back with the team at the start of the year just to kind of play a few games. But I think as the season wears on, he will be traded. But if they get to trade him before the season, there's a number of teams that will be interested. LA Rams are interested in pretty much every high profile player that's out there. I expect this to be no different. There's a number of teams out there that could use linebacker help. Dallas Cowboys even could use him. They brought back Van Der Esch on a 2 year, or excuse me, on a $1 million a 1 year $2 million deal. I still think they're very high on Fields, but I think they want to see some improvement this year. If they don't see improvement this year, I don't think they're going to have him around too much longer. But they traded 2 first-round picks to get him, I believe. They invested a lot in that future. I think it was 2 first-round picks. I can't remember. It was a hefty price anyway. And he's very different from any quarterback they've ever had in Chicago. I think Fields will be very successful, but what Poles has done, he doesn't have a number one receiving target. You traded for N'Keal Harry, or you brought in N'Keal Harry. Let me tell you how the big moments he had in New England. Crickets, because he didn't have one. Allen Robinson goes to the LA Rams. Of course, Odell Beckham Jr. is still out there, but You do not want that in your locker room right now, and it's apparently between the Bills and Rams anyway for him. But who's exactly your number one target in Chicago? The 2-1 is fouled back, and it's 2-2 now to Joey Wendell. Yeah, Von Miller actually reached out to Odell Beckham Jr. on Twitter, and Odell kind of gave him the eyes emoji like this, like, hey, maybe I'll consider it. The Bills still have some room to go as far as salary, so they could get even better. The best team on paper could get even better if they did bring in Odell Beckham Jr. Just imagine that receiving core, mm, especially with Josh Allen at the helm. Odell, of course, is going to miss a little bit of time due to health to start the year. Wendell fouls that one off his foot yet again, and it's still 2-2. But the Rams are still interested. They only have about $8 million to spend. So we'll see if they can work something out. Odell is no longer a $20+ million receiver, but he's still a very productive player. I think he's going to miss at least a month from what I heard. At least a month. Now, of course, I'm sure he'll try to rush back sooner. Swing and a miss there by Syndergaard. And Syndergaard gets the strikeout anyway. We go to the bottom of the fifth. Marlins 2, Phillies 0. Appreciate you guys joining us on a Wednesday evening. Watching some Wednesday night baseball. Marlins versus Phillies. It'll be Castellanos, Hall, and Segura in the bottom half of the fifth. Alcantara, the National League favorite for Cy Young, on the mound for the Marlins. Only gave up a one cheap hit anyway to Kyle Schwarber, and that's about it. Appreciate the like. Thank you for joining us. MLB Network going over Adley Rushman and his amazing production over the last 20 games. A 367 average, 519 on base, and a 550 slugging percentage. Those numbers are absolutely insane. Orioles got a good one. Oh, Padres are definitely in the playoffs. I don't think that's even a question. I mean, there's only 8 teams or 7, 8 teams going for it this year. Cardinals, I think, are going to be the odd team left out. Brewers, I think, have too much pitching. I think the Orioles are going to miss the postseason this year, but watch out next year. I think they're still a year away from really being up there, but they need some starting pitching more than anything else now that they've brought in Holiday. But to answer your question, I think the Padres are definitely in the playoffs. Because he was an expiring deal, they could get back some young starting pitching assets back, which is exactly what they did. And he didn't fit their timeline. And of course, they could bring him in after the season. I mean, his connection to Baltimore is still there. Maybe they could just do exactly what New York did a few years back with the Dollies or with Aroldis Chapman. And as far as Jorge Lopez, how often are bullpen arms the same going from year to year to year to year? He's not exactly the type of player that screams consistent relief player at the level of Aroldis Chapman or anything like that. So getting 4 lottery tickets back for him from the Twins, absolutely, you do that all day long. I think if they had gotten a decent offer, they probably would have offloaded Odor as well. If they'd been offered a bag of chips, I think they would have traded Odor. AL East just keeps getting tougher. Yes and no. I mean, the Rays I thought did nice as far as getting some platoon players, but they didn't address catcher. I think they will this offseason. If I had to put money on it, I'd say Sean Murphy ends up there next offseason, or this offseason anyway. The Red Sox are getting a little worse. Chris Sale, of course, has his injury issues. They have money issues with Eovaldi, etc. They have a lot of freed up money in the next year or so. Bogarts, I'm not sure, stays in Boston because they weren't even close to. Careful, Ryan. I'm a big fan of Toronto's pitching. I mean, Barrios has given up a whole bunch of home runs this year, and he's the worst of the bunch. And he's still dominating with that strikeout. Devers, no. Devers is still under contract, I think, for another year or two anyway. Castellanos grounds out there. One away. But I think Toronto's going to have great starting pitching. I think they will probably even invest in that starting pitching even more this offseason. Yeah, after next year. But I'm talking about this year. Xander Bogaerts is a free agent. I thought the Red Sox would have been wise to trade him this offseason or this trade deadline. That one outside, and it's 1-0. But Devers, I believe, stays with Boston. I think that he's too good of a player for Boston to give up. I think whatever he wants on the open market, he'll get with the Red Sox. Hall grounds this one into the shift. 2 away. Yeah, I mean, your RB, it goes up every single year. Welcome in, Declan. Well, I mean, they're going up against the Cy Young favorite in the National League, and Thor hasn't exactly been Thor today. But I thought the Red Sox made a mistake not trading Bogaerts because I thought how far apart they were at the beginning of the season in contract negotiations. The amount of money they spent on Trevor Story, I think he's the replacement for Bogaerts should he walk. I think you move Story over to short. Hope he gets a little bit better next year. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. But I think Bogaerts is going to leave. You move Story over to short. Then you reinvest your dollars elsewhere and save some money for Devers. Once Devers is under contract, then you really push forward after the sale contract starts to look a little bit better once he's healthy. Evaldi will be gone after a year or so. He's been absolutely dominant anyway. This is probably going to be a complete game shutout at this point. Phillies have got absolutely nothing going. It'll be Rojas, Cooper, and Blade for the Marlins in the bottom of, or excuse me, in the top of the sixth anyway. But yeah, he should do well in arbitration. Guardians are in front right now. Or at least they were. Let me double check that again. They're moved into a tie in the AL Central with the Twins. The Guardians are still in front anyway. 3-2 over Detroit. Detroit is still up to bat right now. Second and third with 1 away. Thank you guys for joining us. If you're just joining us, make sure you hit that subscribe and like button. Really appreciate it. We're watching the Marlins and Phillies. Marlins absolutely destroying the Phillies so far today. Cy Young favorite Sandy Alcantara is just mowing down that Phillies lineup. 5 scoreless innings so far. One away now. Syndergaard pitching to Garrett Cooper. Misses, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 at the top of the zone, 1-1. MLB Network doing a little bit of a showcase on the acquisitions the Tigers have made this offseason. None of them have worked out so far. Worst of all, of course, in my opinion, is that Javi Baez deal. 6 years for $140 million. That's going to set their rebuilding process back at least a year or two. Mets very lucky not to have been saddled with that contract right now. Big news out of Detroit, though, today. They have parted ways with Executive Vice President and GM Al Avila. He stuck around to the trade deadline just to make sure everything was still cohesive, but they're looking for a bright future going forward. AJ Hinch is going to have a big voice in that room as to his next boss, who it will be. So look back or look to your time with the Houston Astros, maybe bring in somebody there. I'm trying to remember the GM that got suspended for a year with the Astros anyway. Drawing a blank at the moment. But he, I believe, is still working in baseball. I want to say for the Red Sox or Phillies. I can't remember which. 3-2, and that's just outside. Cooper takes a 1-out walk here in the top of the sixth. Jeff Luna. Let me see if I can pull him up. I want to say he was with the Red Sox or Phillies, though. Nope, maybe I was wrong. Looks like he's actually doing some Mexican soccer league right now. That'd be interesting if he actually came back into baseball. I don't know where thought he was with the Phillies or Red Sox. Maybe I saw that he was interviewing or something. I don't know. But in either event, maybe that'd be an interesting hire there. That'd generate all kinds of storylines. The group that was banned or with the Houston Astros now gets back together with the Detroit Tigers. Seen worse things in baseball, honestly. Two and two here to Blade. Blade is 2 for 2 today. He has scored both of the Marlins runs. Swing and a miss. Oh, they're saying he foul tipped it. I don't know about that. What do you guys think? Jeff Luna out to the Detroit Tigers. Of course, Illich would still have to sign off on it, but I've seen crazier things in baseball. Charles LeBlanc on deck. It's now 3-2. The pitch. Fouled back again. We'll do it over. Ownership in a team? Yeah. I mean, I think everybody would like to at some point have, their favorite team own a piece of it. When you look back at, say, some of the other professional franchises out there that are owned by the public, say like the Green Bay Packers, who are publicly held or privately held anyway. Wow. I'm with Syndergaard on that one. That was right on the corner and does not get the call. It's still one away here in the top of the sixth. Runners now on first and second. That was a perfect pitch by Syndergaard. Right on the outside corner, just below the letters. Doug Eddings is the crew chief out at second. I can't remember. Just missed who was the home plate umpire today. Looks like the Guardians were able to get out of that jam there. They lead it in the top of the fifth, 3-2. Hard hit but foul by Ramirez in that one. Reminds me of the Padres. Umpire's been doing them dirty. Well, umpires, I think, have been doing every team dirty for decades. It's time for robo umps to be a thing. I'm tired of seeing every team have issues with, you know, the way umpires call a game, et cetera, whether they're right or wrong. I'm just sick of hearing about it. I just want to see robo umps so we can move on to the bigger issues in the game than balls and strikes. That's something we can easily get behind. Just get them to be called correctly, and that's it. They still need real umps on the base paths. I mean, can you imagine how slow the game would move if you had to just use the cameras and go to review every single play? You still need the umpire there to make the easy calls, out, safe, et cetera, et cetera. You'd also be able to call balks. You can't use cameras for a balk. If a player requests time, does he just put up his hand? Because remember, the umpire still has to grant time. He doesn't always have to grant it. So if you have this pitch clock that's going, who's going to enforce the pitch clock on the field? You're still going to need umpires. I just think there's a better way of doing it. LeBlanc strikes out there. That's Syndergaard's fourth strikeout. Hasn't really had his strikeout pitch working today, though. Thor coming into his time with the Phillies had a 45% strikeout rate this year. Obviously, well below that today. De La Cruz digging in. First pitch is low and away. 1-0. Nelson is loosening in the bullpen for the Phillies. Probably is going to be the final inning for Syndergaard anyway. I think if there's a base hit here, we might see the end of Syndergaard right now. Allen finishes outside, and it's 2-0. No, no, no. In the Phillies pen, Nelson. My bad. Did I say Marlins? Little tapper out to third. Bohm makes the play. And we go to the bottom half of the sixth. Marlins in front 2-0. 2 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Marlins. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for the Phillies. Let's see if Alcantara can keep that going. Oh, okay. I've been working all day. I still haven't even gotten recovered from that yet, so I may have. I don't know. The sooner I can get this to monetization, the sooner I can do this full time and put out a whole bunch more content for you guys and really get to enjoy it. Sports has always been one of my biggest passions since I was, I don't know, this big. And I'd really love to get to do this full time for you guys. Just making it to that level would get me really close to being able to do something like that. So tell your friends, subscribe to us, join us on Patreon, Anchor, et cetera, et cetera. We'll be starting up our podcast network tomorrow. First episode will be posted tomorrow evening. That way you can watch it or listen to it on your drive into work or your way home if you work the night shift. Welcome in, Alan. I try to be as informative as I can. I know a lot of the stuff I mentioned sometimes might be very obscure, but hey, that's what I've been focusing on for, I don't know, 30 years. The obscure stuff. That's the stuff that actually interests me. That's why the off season in almost every single league is always my favorite time of year because that's when players change teams most notably. Trade deadline is probably my other favorite. Of course, watching the play on the field isn't too bad either, but the fun part for me is all the transactions that you see, players being called up from the minors in baseball, filling in for injuries, trade candidates, possibility of trades in the future. Where is this player going to sign in 2 years down the road? I've mentioned these a few times anyway, but I'm in Texas, about an hour and a half east of Dallas anyway. So Dallas Stars are my favorite team, hockey. Dallas Mavericks and Texas Rangers tied for second for me. The Cowboys distant fourth. Um, no, I'm not one of those crazy Cowboy fans that thinks it's my year every single year. No, I'm a little bit more realistic than that. I still think we're a good team. I think we win the division. I think we're better than Jalen Hurts at quarterback for the Eagles. Otherwise, I'd probably have them winning the division if they had a better, competent passer back there. I will be a fan of the Anaheim Ducks this year just because of John Klingberg. You guys stole my favorite player off of the Dallas Stars, so you better treat him right. I'll find you if you don't. Nah, but in all seriousness though, John Klingberg's a great defenseman. You guys should do much better with him. Handling your power play, and hopefully next year we can get him back if we have some salary cap room free up. But other teams would be the Minnesota Twins. I grew up in South Dakota for the first few years of my life, so the Twins and the Vikings I grew up with, and along with the Timberwolves. I enjoyed the Packers when they had Brett Favre, but Aaron Rodgers is impossible for me to root for. I don't expect much from the Ducks either, but with Klingberg back there, you should at least be a competent team. Not saying you're a playoff team, but you're not going to lose every single night because you can't score a goal. You still have Zegras there. Getzloff retired. Or not. Yeah, I think Getzloff retired. My bad. This commercial break is going on forever. I don't know why either. There we go. I knew it wasn't still in commercial. The feed was stuck. Stott reached on a walk there to begin things here in the bottom of the sixth. Phillies trying to get something going. Marsh up there coming over from the LA Angels in that trade for Logan O'Hoppe, the number 3 prospect in the Phillies system. Marsh, of course, has some club control left. So a good deal essentially for both sides. They needed a better center fielder. And if they can straighten out that swing of Marsh, they should do very well. Yeah, Marsh came over from the Angels. Along with Syndergaard. Moniak, of course, was sent over in the Syndergaard deal. O'Hoppe was sent over in the Marsh deal. Moniak hit a home run for the Angels, and then about a day later broke his finger or something. He's expected to be out for the year. Yet another bad break for the number 1 overall pick from the 2016 draft. Marsh lines this one into center, 1 away. Phillies still trying to mount some type of a comeback. Schwarber, the only other man with a hit on this roster right now in today's game. The only guy with a hit on this roster right now. Had a great year with the Red Sox last year. Nationals. Spent some time, of course, with the Cubs, where he started everything. Not much of a batting average guy, but he's certainly an on-base type of guy. A lot of power in that bat. Doesn't strike out too much either. First one misses outside from Alcantara, and it's 1-0. Ooh, that was a beautiful fastball, just powered right past Schwarber. Schwarber kind of upset with himself, not being able to catch up to that heat. 98-mile-an-hour fastball right down the middle. That was the pitch I think Schwarber was looking for, and he just missed it. He just couldn't catch up to it. This one lifted into left center, going out there, and it will go all the way to the wall. One run will likely score here. And it does. Schwarber's in there with a stand-up double. Ball gets away in the infield, but Diaz is there. It's now a 2-1 ball game. Alcantara will not have a shutout today. Phillies have something cooking here. Only one out here in the bottom of the sixth. Stott scoring from first. Heart of the Phillies lineup due up next. Hoskins, Bohm, and Real Muto. Stallings going out there to talk to Alcantara. That was a great piece of hitting. He was not going to miss that one. Schwarber takes a big sigh of relief on that one. Error in the Rangers Astros game. Alcantara set, and the first pitch right on the outside corner, 0-1. Oh, and 2, Hoskins couldn't catch up to that 99-mile-an-hour heat. Hoskins gives a wide-eyed expression. Is surprised he wasn't able to catch up to that either. We'll see if he has the same luck Schwarber had, though. Looks like Hand is loosening along with Nelson out there in the Phillies bullpen. Thor will be done after 6 today. Schwarber gets a lead off a second. Nice pitch. Oh, wow. And Alcantara gets the call. Hoskins has more than a few words here for the home plate umpire. Squeezed Thor in the top half of the inning and now gives the call on the other side of the plate to Alcantara. That's disappointing if you're a Phillies fan. I mean, it was a strike, but he didn't call it in the last half inning. That was paint from Alcantara. Told you McCullers was set to make his debut. That is going to be on Saturday for the Astros. Other news from around baseball, Matt Carpenter is out 6 to 8 weeks after fracturing his left foot. Almost fallen behind 1-2 here. Schwarber is out there at second base. The 1-2 pitch by Alcantara. Hard hit into right. Going back and reaching up and making a nice catch is De La Cruz. That'll end the threat here in the sixth for the Phillies, but they do get one on the board, 2-1. Marlins still in front. Ouch. So close for the Phillies. Sand Daddy? What? What's that? Sandy? Um, from Greece? Drawing a blank. What are you talking about? While we wait for the top of the seventh to get underway, let's check in on a few of the other scores. Astros have taken a 1-0 lead against the Rangers. White Sox and Royals, 0-0. Cardinals on top 2-0 with one out in the top of the first against the Rockies. Braves lead at 3-1 over Boston. Guardians lead 3-2 over the Tigers. A couple more games have gone final. Mets, of course, beat the Reds 10-2. Brewers on top of the Rays 4-2 or 4-3. Cubs beat the Nationals 4-2. Angels beat the A's 5-4. Padres dominated the Giants 13-7. Seattle beat the Yankees 4-3. And the Toronto Orioles game was postponed today. It looks like it will be Brad Hand coming out of the bullpen for the Phillies. He will face 7, 8, and 9 in the order: Diaz, Stallings, and Burdick. Hand on the year, a 2-1 record in 41 games. Has 4 saves on the year, a 2.2 ERA, and 32 and 2/3 innings. They do not use him in multi-inning situations. Something to kind of keep in mind as we kind of wind down the game here. Diaz is 0 for 2 today, hitting 152 on the year. So if the Phillies bullpen can keep it close, if they can chase Alcantara before the end of this one, maybe, just maybe, there'll be enough time for the Phillies to be able to scratch across another run, even this thing up, and then in extras, who knows? The 0-1 in the dirt, 1-0, or excuse me, 1-1. 1-2 now on the Marlins first baseman. As I mentioned, we're going to be starting up our podcast. We'll post the first episode tomorrow night. That way, you guys can listen to it on your way to or from work on Friday. Patreon will also be posted tomorrow, so make sure you look us up there, at Upside SN. One out now in the top of the seventh. Stallings digging in. Our first episode of our podcast will deal with Major League Baseball after the trade deadline, where your team stacks up, predictions for the rest of the season, where I see this going, those kinds of things. Your World Series favorite, those uh, who's in it, who's going to miss the playoffs, all that kind of a thing. And then in our first Patreon, we'll focus on the MLB offseason. We'll touch on Shohei Ohtani, get into his trade candidacy this offseason, see what the Angels, once they finally realize where they're at in their competitive or their window of opportunity anyway, in their title window, which is it's not there. They never have been over the last 5 years. Nice dive there by Stott, keeps the ball in the infield and records the out, 2 away. But that'll be your first episode of the Patreon anyway. We'll also have one coming up for you guys on the shortstop market this offseason. There's going to be 4 high-priced options out there, much like last year. Everybody thought that was the winter of the shortstop. Well, you're going to have that again this winter. You'll have Bogarts, Swanson, Correa possibly, and Trey Turner. And I don't think all of them are going to go to different teams. I don't think all of them are going to stay on their own team either. In fact, I don't think all of them will even stay at shortstop. But you'll have to sign up, join us on Patreon for that. And then as we get to with fantasy football about to kick off for a lot of you guys, I know a lot of you guys are going to watch the fantasy football marathon coming up next week with ESPN. So in the spirit of fantasy football, wanted to get you guys prepped for your draft, let you know who to avoid, who to look out for, your sleepers, who your top options are at each position. We'll go through every single position. So make sure you join us. We'll have that on Patreon as well. That will probably be one of our longer ones we do. Might even split it up between a few of them. But if you subscribe to us there, you'll get access to all of that exclusive content. The 0-2 here to Burdick. Popped up into right. Castellanos drifting back, has room, and makes the catch in front of the wall. We go to the bottom half of the seventh. It'll be Realmuto, Castellanos, and Hall. Got to think Alcantara's going to stay out there. He's the best thing the Marlins have going for him. The Rockies just can't get out of their own way right now. They're already down 4-0. It's not even out of the first inning yet. They're still in the top of the first. They've only gotten 1 out. Freeland is on the mound. He's up to 31 pitches. Bases are loaded. And it's already a 2-0 count. Things are not looking good for the Rockies. Cardinals looking good. Swing and a miss. Rockies bullpen already getting going, and they're not even out of the first yet. Not pretty. Hard hit. Deep center. But caught right in front of the track. That almost was a chance at a grand slam. But another run will score. Thank you guys for joining us for some Wednesday evening baseball. Marlins versus Phillies. Caught Thor's second start versus the NL Cy Young favorite, Sandy Alcantara. Alcantara's been as good as advertised. Syndergaard struggled with his with finding the strike zone Didn't have his same strikeout pitch that he usually does, but still was able to hold the Marlins to 2 runs over 6 innings, a quality start. Bouncing ball here. Castellanos is out at, or Real Muto is out at first. Nice defensive play by Rojas. Wendell tried to make a dive at it. If he had actually fielded that ball, I believe Real Muto probably would have been called safe. Do I think he'll pitch 9? He's at what, 65 pitches, I think, right now? 66? I think he'll probably go 9 at this rate. Now, if the Phillies are able to make this a 20-pitch inning, maybe he'll go 8. Castellanos digs in. He's 0 for 2 with a couple of groundouts, 255 average, a 379 slugging. Far cry from the numbers that he's had over the past couple of years. Phillies hoping for much better down the stretch. We'll see what ends up happening. The 1-2 popped up behind first base. Nice over-the-shoulder catch by Diaz, and there's 2 away. That was a beautiful play by Diaz, making up for his earlier play with Alcantara. 2 away in the bottom of the 7th. Alcantara is still under 70 pitches, though. Absolutely dominant. Schwarber is the only one to have base hits tonight for the Phillies. He's 2 for 3. Everybody else in that lineup, nothing. And only 1 walk tonight for Alcantara as well. He's got it working. Hall is up next, takes a 99-mile-an-hour fastball at the top of the zone, 0-1. Hall hitting 276, a 315 on base percentage, and a 600 slug. Bounces this one over to first. Diaz again makes the play, and we're through 7. Alcantara is only at 70 pitches. Got to think he's going to be good for the rest of the way. Phillies just getting dominated tonight at home. In the top half of the 8th, it'll be Wendell, Rojas, and Cooper. Yep. He's filling the strike zone. It helps when you're trying to reach deep into games. If you don't nibble around the edges and get full counts all the time, 7-pitch innings will certainly help you go deeper into games. Want to look at that Mariners game from earlier where they beat the Yankees. Just want to see what their lineup is looking like right now. France isn't back from injury. Haniger's back from injury. Got to wonder about Julio Rodriguez as well. I think the Mariners have stabilized themselves after that rough patch they had after the All-Star break when they had all those injuries hit the team all at once. Soft contact except for the double, left the ball over the plate too much. Yeah, I agree. He's been masterful today. Every pitcher says you have like 3 or 4 pitches that you just absolutely missed your location with, and you hope during those 3 or 4 pitches that the batter just fouls it off or something like that. That time Schwarber connected with it and knocked it into left center field for a double. But every pitcher's going to have those. Nice job by Bohm there. Laid out to his right, flipped back across his body to the left. They're showing some highlights of their defense today. Stott with a great play going to his left. And then Diaz with that over-the-shoulder catch earlier. Some great defense. Looks like the Phillies are going to turn to Andrew Bellotti out of that bullpen. In 40 games, has a 2-3 record, a 3.47 ERA in 36 and a third innings pitched, 54 strikeouts with 13 walks. Batters hitting about a 240 average against him. Those are massive strikeout numbers, though. It'll be the top of the order here. Joey Wendell, second baseman, digging in, takes strike one right on the outside corner. 0-1. In the weekend series, you mean? Scherzer, DeGrom, and Carrasco? I believe so as well. I think they'll get everything corrected, though, before the end of the season. Ground out there to Segura, one away. Mets, I think, are starting to find their stride. They've filled a lot of the holes that they had on their team. I still think they could have done more, especially at catcher and DH, but I like the moves they did. That one finds the zone, and it's 0-1. Yeah. I think the Brewers are going to reestablish control of that division. Cardinals are playing against soft competition right now. Swing and a miss. 0-2. This game is moving fairly quickly. We've only been live for about 2 hours now, and we're already through the 7 innings. Might have a little bit of time before the final game of the evening, Dodgers versus Twins. Little ground ball here. Oh my! You hear about a seeing eye single? That one definitely had eyes. Third baseman Baum had a shot at it, might have ticked off of him. Stott had a chance at it, might have ticked off of him, and weakly traveled into left. Looking at the replay here. Yep, it did go off the glove of Baum. If he had just left it there, Segura probably makes the play on it. Braves just extended their lead. 5-1 against Boston, in Boston. Where do I think the Padres will end up? 4, 5, or 6? Well, I don't think they're going to catch the Dodgers, that's for sure. They need to be able to win and score runs at Dodger Stadium. But 4, 5, or 6, I think they'll probably end up taking that second wild card. Oh, no. Rojas is picked off here. So after a little bleeder of a hit, they immediately erase him on the base paths, and there are 2 away. Thank you guys for joining us. If you haven't hit that like button, please do so. If you already have, thank you very much. But if I had to guess, they get the second wild card, so 5. I think the Braves or the Mets, whoever loses that division, will end up taking the number 4 spot. I think the 6th spot will go to the Phillies. I like the moves the Phillies made. I don't think they're as easy of an out as they were before going into the postseason. I still don't think they're a favorite in any of the series against any team they go up against. But they should be right there for the postseason. Cardinals, I think, are going to be on the outside looking in. The 0-1 is lifted into deep right center, going back and off the bottom of the wall. Looks like this will be a 2-out double here for Garrett Cooper. Blade will be coming up next. He is 2 for 2 on the day with a walk as well. Marlins threatening here with 2 outs. Well, that part I'll give away with the podcast I'm putting out tomorrow. But I'll give out my World Series prediction, all that kind of thing. Looks like is that Billy Hamilton has come on for the Marlins? Yeah, that's Billy Hamilton taking over at second base. Ugh. Look at that batting average, an 0.77 batting average for him. He's on here for one reason and one reason only: speed. That one's well outside, 1-0. But yeah, we'll release that tomorrow evening, and you'll be able to find the answer to that question through our podcast. We'll post it on Anchor, but Anchor will send pretty much any of the other podcast sites that you get your favorite podcast through. So make sure you tune in for that. Follow us here, or follow us on Twitter anyway, at UpsideSN. This one's lifted out into right center, and this one is off the top. You can search for us on there, Upside Sports Network. But our podcast will have come out tomorrow night. We'll deal directly with the rest, or the predictions for the playoffs, the World Series, all that kind of thing. Our podcast will be about 20 to 30 minutes in length, most of the time right around that 30-minute mark. That way you guys don't have to worry about trying to fit in a whole hour podcast on your way into work. Nice and short. We'll post about 3 a week here in the beginning, and eventually we'll stretch that to 5 the more I'm able to do this. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. But I'd really like to be able to do this full time. So if you guys wouldn't mind hitting that like and subscribe button here, following us on Twitter, and hopefully we'll be able to put out a lot more high quality content for you guys as well. As I mentioned, we're going to make some changes with the live we're doing. Little roller out too short. Stott flips onto first, and the side is retired, but not before another run crosses home for the Marlins, and it's 3-1 as we go to the bottom of the 8th. But as I was mentioning, we'll have some updates that we're going to be doing on Saturday. I'll be doing some work with that, so I won't be doing a live as early as I would have thought. I still probably will do the late game of the day anyway. I'm not sure how late the games are. I think there's a 9 o'clock game between the Rams and Chargers. That's the game we'll probably end up doing, but you'll notice kind of a ticker down here at the bottom of the screen that has the score of the game we're watching. We'll also have a little ticker at the top that shows like other scores that are going on, and also where you can find us at. We also have a TikTok as well. Not that we posted anything there in a significant period of time, but with the changes we're making, the more time we're spending with this, the more we hope to be able to put out for you guys. So thank you guys for all the help and support and all the new subscribers we've gained. But hoping we can reach 700 by the end of the week. Right now, we are at 641. So we got a little bit of work to do if we're going to get there by the end of the week, but we'll see. Sunday was pretty good for us last week. I think we gained 30 subscribers, and then Tuesday with the trade deadline, we went crazy. So I appreciate all you guys who joined us for trade deadline Tuesday. I think we gained like 240, 230 of you guys there. But really trying to get this channel to grow. So tell your friends, and make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. Thank you. In the bottom of the 8th, it'll be Gene Segura followed by Stott and Marsh. Segura almost had a base hit back in the 3rd inning. After replay, that was overturned, though. He is 0 for 2. Stott did reach on a walk. He came around to score the only run for the Phillies. Marsh has taken over that role in center field. See if he can come through with a big hit here this inning. That one just off the plate, inside, 1-0. Alcantara in his last 2 starts, 9 innings, 6 hits, 1 walk in his last start against the Reds. So far, 7 innings pitched so far. Two and one now on Segura. A 280 batting average, 418 slug, 7 homers, and 20 RBIs. Of course, missed a lot of time with injury. The 2-1. Nice fastball up and in, 98 miles an hour, just off the plate, but enticing enough to encourage a swing. Alcantara's only at 75 pitches, so he's still got plenty of gas in that tank. The 2-2 in the dirt, and we'll do it again. 3-2. This one's tapped, and it might stay fair, and it does. Segura gets a base hit on a little nubber that doesn't even get to third base, but stops in fair territory right along the grass between the fair foul line anyway and the grass there, and a base hit. Phillies got something going, a little speed out there on first base. This is a 2-run game. Don't want to have to get rid of it. Yeah, I was thinking about doing that. Haven't figured out how to do both yet at the same time, so I have to figure out how to do both at the same time. I'm still fairly new to the whole live streaming thing. I've only been doing it for about, I think I started right around the beginning of the baseball season. So probably beginning of April. Took about a month and a half off as I had to change addresses and all that. Get the studio going for you guys. Brought a new camera. Base hit there into center. Phillies have something going now. 2 on, nobody out. Stott with a base hit into center. Got to wonder here if they're going to bunt with Marsh just to keep him out of the double play and get 2 runners in scoring position for Schwarber. That's got to cross the mind here of Thompson. 2 relievers loosening out there for the Phillies. Stallings coming out for a chat. Not sure how comfortable Thompson is asking his new acquisition, Marsh, to lay down a bunt. In fact, I don't even know the last time Marsh laid down a bunt. So this would be highly irregular, I would think, for Marsh to lay one down here. Marsh does have 8 homers on the year with 38 RBIs. If he's able to get a hold of one, Phillies would take the lead. Infield is in at the corners and at double play depth up the center, or up the middle anyway. The first pitch, Marsh squares around, a little tapper foul back to the screen, and it's 0-1. Thompson sending out his signals again. We'll see if they keep the bunt on. Sorry, buddy. Alcantara's number 1 on that list. Plesac has his list of pitcher power rankings right now. DeGrom's still working his way back to health and can't pitch a complete game yet. Verlander, you have to worry about his health as well, so you got to be modest with his innings down the stretch. Alcantara's the beast in the league right now. That one's a strike right on the outside corner, 99-mile-an-hour heat. Runners look like they're about to take off, but it's now 0-2 to Marsh. We'll Will they ask him to lay it down a third time? I don't think so. I think you let Marsh hit here. You're going against the favorite for the NL Cy Young. Hmm. This one bounced into the center, and it does get through the middle. One run will score, but it will be first and third now as Stott is able to get around the bases, and it will be Schwarber due up. They avoid the double play. They weren't able to get the bunt down, but Marsh says, hey, I can actually swing a bat. Alcantara's in some serious hot water now. It's now a 3-2 ball game. First real signs of life outside of the sixth anyway for the Phillies. They scratch across another run here. 3 runs, 9 hits, no errors for the Marlins so far today. 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Phillies. 3 of those hits here in the 8th inning. Looks like we're going to have a mound visit here by the pitching coach. Best thing the Marlins have going for them is Alcantara. I mean, it's been weak contact, but they've been getting through. Yeah, did he just hit that home run for the Red Sox? Thought I just saw that pop up. Look at the disrespect all these broadcasters are giving Sandy Alcantara. Brian Kenny even has him 4th. That's the biggest hit right now for Marsh in his Phillies career. Got to think the infield's going to be drawn in here with no outs. Trying to cut down the run at the plate. Shift will be on. Schwarber has laid down a bunt or two this year. I saw he just gave up the lead in the Rangers game anyway. It's 2-1 last time I saw. LeBlanc is in at the corner at third. Diaz is holding the runner at first. Infielders up the middle are at double play depth. Kind of surprised they have Rojas playing so far back. That one is off the wall and is down for a hit. It's now 3-3. Schwarber with a big hit. He's got 3 hits in the game. Phillies have come all the way back. Alcantara is beside himself on the mound. If the Marlins had any type of a bullpen right now, they probably would have gone to it. Before the trade deadline, they had Pop and Bass both back there. Maybe they would have gone to him after that hit by Marsh with Schwarber coming up. But Schwarber gets the job done, attacks the pitch there, right down the middle on the outer half of the plate. Phillies have tied it up 3-3 here in the bottom of the 8th, scoring 2 runs. That's tough for Alcantara. Phillies needed this one today, though. It's not over yet, though. Rhys Hoskins is due up. There's nobody out. There's still runners at first and third. I'm a little bit surprised they're not bringing in a reliever now that the lead has been coughed up. It's very loud there in Philadelphia. The entire fan base right now is on their feet. First pitch swung on and fouled back. 99-mile-an-hour heat on the outer half of the plate. 0-1. If you're just joining us, it was all Marlins up until the 8th inning here. Phillies did scratch a run across in the 6th, but it's been a dominant performance by Alcantara. 4 straight hits to open the inning here in the bottom of the 8th. Schwarber is now 3 for 4 in the game. Hoskins up here with a chance to give the Phillies the lead. The pitch is in the dirt, 1-1. Bender is finally loosening out there for the Marlins, throwing with some real velocity. Little late, in my opinion, though. Popped up and out of play again, 1-2. The pitch. Shattered bat and caught. Doubled off. Oh, I thought they doubled him off there at third from Marsh. That was a great play by Rojas, contending with that bat. Well, they don't have a challenge though. I thought they lost that challenge. He's going to ask the umpires to review it. I guess is all you can really do. That bat was helicoptering out there. He does look like he beat him back to the bag. Yep. If I had the challenge, they don't have a challenge, but they can at least ask to be reviewed. They are going to review it. That should be the second out of the inning. Great play by Rojas. That bat actually landed behind where he caught the ball. And that had a very sharp point on it, and he still maintained his composure, made the catch, and still flipped it onto third before that bat actually went past him. I don't know what the umpire was looking at there. Looks like he was going to make an out call and then changed his mind up in the middle. But in either event, it's still a 3-3 game. The call is indeed overturned. Marsh is out at third. Great play by Rojas and LeBlanc. Schwarber is still on there at first base, though. It'll be up to Alec Boehm to drive home the winning run. That's a tough position for the Phillies, though. You go from a 2-on, nobody out, 2 runs already in the inning to game still tied, but now you have 2 outs and only a runner at first. Just a tough break for the Phillies. And the pitch. Below the zone, 1-0. Right on the outer half of the plate, but does not get the call. 2-0. I guess that was kind of a my bad call from earlier in the game, maybe. Again, let us know in the chat if you're ready for Orobo umps. I certainly am. Sick and tired of games being decided by these calls that may be right, maybe they're wrong, but I just want them right 100% of the time at this point. That one gets down in front of the right fielder De La Cruz. Schwarber is going for third, though. He is in there. Third, that was a close play as well. We'll see if they go to the review on this one. I question that move. Schwarber going to third, but they put a lot of pressure on De La Cruz. Made a strong throw, but offline to third base. I mean, it was a pretty good throw. Looking at the replay, yep, he was in there safely. Nice base hit, though, by Boehm. It'll be first and third, now 2 outs. Real Muto due up next. Real Muto hitting 265 on the year, a 451 slug. Couple of strikeouts and a ground out today. The first pitch by Alcantara into left field. That's a base hit. What is up with the Phillies? Where was this offense earlier today? Wow. Phillies have come all the way back, have scratched across what 3 runs here in the 8th inning. And Philadelphia is absolutely going crazy. Schwarber is cheering him on. And Mattingly, you're a little late on this decision to take out Alcantara. I understand you don't have the same bullpen you did, but you just hung the man out to dry there that inning. That tidal wave just kept on crashing and crashing and crashing, and you did nothing to help him out of it. Tough break. I mean, I understand it's only 91 pitches, but that's a tough place to be if you're Alcantara. You've already given up, 4 straight hits? Or, yeah, 3 or 4 straight hits to open the inning. There was a serious momentum on their side. Even just to break the momentum, give him a different look, especially with Schwarber, who was already 2 for 3 in the game against him. That's when I would have made that pitching change. I don't necessarily think Alcantara was just wore out. I think the Phillies were just finally recognizing the pitching they were getting. They were attacking pitching earlier in the game, getting weak contact, more weak contact, more weak contact. Now they were starting to make a little bit more solid contact. You still hope your ace can get out of that type of situation, but you still got to have his back at some point. But yeah, Phillies crawled all the way back into this. They'll have a save situation in the top of the 9th. Should they not be or push across another couple runs, Nick Castellanos will be due up here. But the Phillies have certainly come back in a game they had no business being in. They've come back to take the lead 4-3 in the bottom of the 8th. Against, in my opinion, the favorite for the NL Cy Young. We'll see if it's a little different after today. Welcome back, Bruce. I'm afraid the Giants are in big trouble this season, but at least the Braves have a good chance still. Yeah, I think the Giants are officially done for the year. I'm shocked they didn't move Rodon or Peterson at the deadline. I think this is 2019 all over again for them. Who are my top 5 active MLB pitchers? Are we talking active as in like get me a win in one game? Or are we talking top 5 as in the longevity of the season? Get to win one game? That's a very different list. DeGrom would be on that list. Scherzer would be on that list. Cole probably would be on that list, depending on who we were facing. He'd be right on the edge of that 5-6 spot for me. Burns is up there. Verlander this year. Alcantara's up there. All right, so if I had a list, it'd be DeGrom, Scherzer, Verlander would be in there. Based on this year, Dylan Cease really has impressed. He'd be right around that 5-6 as well. But I like a little bit more experience from my pitcher. I'd probably go Corbin Burns. Would probably be in that top 5. Rodon, the way he's pitched over the past couple of months, he'd be close there. So if I had to guess, DeGrom, Scherzer, Verlander, Cease, and I'll go with Burns as 5 right now. I think in shorter stints, DeGrom, Scherzer, Verlander, Burns, and Cease. I'll let you guys figure out the order anyway. DeGrom, Scherzer for me are one and two. Verlander, Cease, and Burns could be 3, 4, 5 in any number of orders for me. Alcantara probably would have been on my list if he had one start shouldn't make or break a decision on if he's going to be in your one game to win a game type of a list. But I wanted to see how he would deal with a playoff team. I mean, the Marlins don't really have anything going for them. Alcantara's been carving up opponents left and right. I mean, we just saw them not really have anybody to turn anybody in that bullpen to turn to, and Alcantara was kind of left out to dry there. I think if they had a bullpen, we'd still be looking at the Marlins winning right now, or at the very least tied. Alcantara's probably in that 6 to 10 list, though, for me. He still hasn't done it in a pressure-packed situation, which is why I definitely have Verlander, Burns, DeGrom, and Scherzer all in there. Cease is in that category with Alcantara, but Cease for me has had just a touch better of a year in the American League. If you're just joining us, the Phillies have stormed back in a game where they had no business having any chance at winning this game. Sandy Alcantara looked absolutely dominant through 7 innings. Phillies really had no momentum. Uh, Marlins actually tacked on a run in the top of the 8th anyway, and they came back and scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th. Thanks, Bruce. I I try to put in a lot of thought into these answers. I'm not going to lie, I did look up some of the numbers anyway because I just wanted to verify. Because I was watching MLB Network on the TV over here, and they have Dylan Cease in their top 5 for their starting pitchers right now. And I was just looking back at the year Dylan Cease has had, and it's pretty darn good. And do I think he can do it again next year at this level? I don't know, but for my money right now, he's in the top 5. I still would probably prefer a more veteran arm if I, really was pushed on that answer. But in that case, maybe Julio Urias might get a vote. Well, yeah, Schwarber's had a great day. He's been the catalyst of this offense. He's the whole reason why the Phillies were even in this game at all. His emotion kept that Phillies team at least focused, to say the least. Swing and a miss. Dominguez gets the first strikeout here in the top of the 9th. Phillies or the crowd absolutely going nuts out there. Who was a good signing? Schwarber? Yes, he was. I still would like a little bit more batting average out of him. I mean, he started out as a high contact hitter. Now he's more of an on base power guy. I mean, I still would love a lot more contact, but his on base percentage kind of saves him. Diaz takes outside the 100-mile-an-hour fastball here. 1-0. Thank you guys for joining us. If you're unfamiliar with us, welcome to the Upside. Just watching some baseball here. Phillies have stormed back to a 4-3 lead in the top of the 9th. 2-0 now on Lewin Diaz. Diaz hitting 149 on the year. Little surprised they still have him up here to hit. Yeah, his numbers are a lot more elevated with runners on base. Seems like he focuses a little bit more, doesn't sell out as much for the home run, or goes a little bit more for a contact hitter, which is why I think when he does that, he's a better hitter. Sorry, my dog coming to say hi to me. Exactly 1 month ago, Phillies did the same thing to a pitcher, same inning, same score, same hitter. JT RBI single, gave them the lead. I think we might have actually done that game, actually. I'd have to check back, but I think that sounds very familiar. Little tapper into the shift, and Diaz is retired. 2 away. Phillies 1 out away from securing the win. If you guys want to look back at some of our lives we've done, I think we might have covered that game where the Phillies came back. Appreciate you guys joining us. Looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter for Jacob Stallings. It will be Jesus Aguilar. In his career pinch hitting, it is hitting 225, 7 doubles, 5 home runs. One swing here would tie it, hence the need for the change there. Came over from the Brewers a few years ago. Swing and a miss. Good swing at it, though. Didn't miss it by much. I know we covered the Phils. I want to say it was when they played Toronto. I could be wrong. We did a lot of Toronto games. Another swing and a miss by Aguilar. That one well outside, 1-2. Appreciate all 20 of you guys joining us. In case you just missed the entire game already, Sandy Alcantara, the NL Cy Young favorite, in my opinion, was on the mound for the Marlins today. Looked absolutely dominant through 7 innings. And the 8th, everything just fell off. And Phillies came back in a game they had no business being a part of. The pitch here beneath the zone, and it's 2-2. Aguilar able to hold off. Appreciate you guys joining us. Hit that like and subscribe if you're just joining us. Sir Anthony Dominguez is up there, or is pitching right now to Jesus Aguilar, trying to shut the door now on a victory. Swing and a miss. Aguilar unable to catch up to that one as well. And that's another win for the Phillies. They're looking good. I like the trades they made. Schwarber is the whole reason they won this game, though. His energy, his ability to make contact, success at the plate. This win is all about Kyle Schwarber. That entire Phillies team give him a pat on the back after this one. Phillies take it 4-3. Stick around as we're going to be watching the Dodgers and Twins game in about 15 minutes. But thank you guys for joining us. 3 runs, 9 hits, no errors for the Marlins. 4 runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Phillies. Player of the game, without a doubt, Kyle Schwarber. Couple of singles, a double, couple RBIs, a stolen base even. How often can you say Kyle Schwarber steals a base? He was everything in this game. That 8th inning got off to a nice start with Segura getting a nice little squibber to down to third, and the Phillies just took it from there. When's your next podcast? Well, I do live streams a few times anyway. I haven't started my podcast yet. That will come out tomorrow when we start that. That will be coming out tomorrow evening, probably around 9-ish. And then 10 o'clock, we'll do our live stream again for our daily update. I don't think Chase Utley was a dirty player, but edgy, yes. I mean, he had a dirty play every now and again, sure. But that doesn't necessarily mean you're a dirty player to me, though. I didn't really like the Rollins Utley double play combo, though. I think everybody overrated that one for a very long time. Was it a good one? Absolutely. Was it the best the Phillies could do at the time? Without a doubt. Is it in the top 10 of my favorite double play combos I've ever seen in baseball history? God, no. But I don't think they deserve the respect or as much respect as they get put on their name. Well, I don't have the podcast up yet, so you won't be able to find it until I actually post one. That'll be tomorrow, or like I said, around 9 o'clock. But if you want to follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN, when we do post it, we'll put the link in there. We do have, or we have started our Patreon. That I don't have anything on there yet, but if you want to go ahead and be a member, you can. That's on at Patreon at UpsideSN. You can search Upside Sports Network and find it that way as well. We'll be posting our Patreon tomorrow as well. Um, and of course, you can subscribe here on YouTube. Would really appreciate that. I think you already are a subscriber here, but I do like the way they played as well. I mean, I just think that there's better out there. I just think they get way too much pubs because they were in Philadelphia. If they were in Oakland, we wouldn't have even considered them as great as they were. Put that same Phillies team in Oakland, put that same Phillies team in Colorado. Well, yeah, but injuries are a part of it. I mean, I was a bigger fan of Ryan Howard than I was of Utley or Rollins, but injuries are a part of it. 2011, that was the year the Rangers made it. If they hadn't had that goof, I think it was 2011. I can't remember anyway. It was the year that they played the Cardinals where the ball went over Nelson Cruz's head. If he had been playing where he should have, the Rangers finally would have won their first title ever. I do try to keep up with my research. While I've been sitting here anyway, I do some notes while I've been watching the game anyway, and getting ready for my daily update that I've been doing anyway since Sunday. That I'm gonna keep doing every single day. Eventually, I'm gonna get to the point where I do the podcast every single day as well. Well, yeah, but I mean, up until that point, Howard was great. He was next level great too. To me, he was on that same level with Big Poppy before his injury. Big Poppy, if you'll remember at that time, was still one of the best, most feared power hitters in the game. Howard was right there with him. Nelson Cruz was one of the best power hitters. Josh Hamilton as well. Pujols was up there. Prince Fielder. My, how the game has changed. Now, instead of talking about slugging first baseman, we're talking about shortstops and starting pitching. Jason Worth was fantastic. Didn't he go on to play with the Nationals, I want to say, for a number of years? I did like him before with the Phillies as well. And I want to say he also went to the White Sox as well. I was going to say, I think he played with the White Sox, though, at the very, very end for like a year. Around Adam Dunn's last days there as well. Another good player. Never got his due. Halladay, in my opinion, one of the best pitchers I've ever seen. Hunter Pence was good. Ruiz was a very good catcher. Oh yeah, I do hockey, especially when we get to closer to hockey season. I did some right around the end of the year. I did some shows about that. As we get closer to training camp and that kind of thing, I'll probably go over some of the roster changes, and then we'll live stream some games this fall. I'm going to try to still live stream baseball quite a few times as the season winds down. But as we get closer, oh yeah, I remember Jamie Moyer. I remember him from his time with the Mariners most of all. I think he did broadcasts for the Mariners as well after his career was over. I think he pitched until he was 47 almost. I think it seemed like him and Tim Wakefield pitched way past the age of 40. I think David Cohn also. But as I was trying to say, that we're going to do a lot of baseball live streams. We're going to do some basketball. We're going to do some hockey on Sundays. We're going to do a ton of football. That's going to take me away from family time, but I'll have to shift that around to Tuesday as best I can. But the more you guys subscribe, the more content I can put out, and the more I can fit in. So try to get a better work-life balance. Maddox was absolutely fantastic. If it was the summer, Greg Maddox the best pitcher in the game. If it was cold weather, Maddox was a middle of the road pitcher. The reason because he couldn't grip the ball the same, especially when he went to altitude in Colorado. You can't grip the ball the same and have break going east and west. You can have movement going north and south, especially as far as like velocity, but you really can't move the ball in or out. And Maddox was a wizard at locating that ball on the inside and outside corner. Probably the best pitcher I've ever seen being able to dot the corner up. I mean, nobody else has really even come close to his level of effectiveness doing that. Now, when it got colder weather, you couldn't do that. And so that's why he wasn't as effective in October. That's why all those Braves teams, when you got to October, that pitching staff that had been great all year wasn't quite the same because in colder weather, you couldn't pitch it the same way. And so they couldn't count on that staff to be carrying them. They need that offense to play a little bit better. And that offense, while good, never performed as well as what you might have thought leading up to it. Those teams with Chipper Jones, Andrew Jones, Rafael Furcal, Andres Galarraga, Vinny Castillo, Ryan Klesko, Walt Weiss, Javi Lopez, Eddie Perez. Smoltz was good in cold weather because he had velocity. Tom Glavine wasn't quite as good because he didn't have the same velocity, but he also didn't dot it up as well during the season as Maddox, so he knew how to elevate and lower that pitch a little bit more. So in the postseason, Smoltz was better, Glavine was better. Both of those were better than Maddox, but both of them will tell you Maddox was a better pitcher. Yeah. Yeah, the Rockies, as good as the Braves were, they took Andres Galarraga played for the Rockies as well. Vinny Castilla came from the Rockies. Mike Hampton played for the Rockies at one point. They took a lot of the talent that was there in Colorado and said, thanks, we'll make it better here in Atlanta. But when the postseason time comes around, we all saw the struggles they had because of those issues. For me, Maddox is in my top 5 pitchers of all time. I know that's probably higher than most have him, but I've never seen a pitcher be able to locate that ball in and out better than anybody or better than him. Pedro Martinez is in my top 5. There was some question earlier on before the Red Sox were able to overcome and everything, but Pedro is definitely in my top 5. Maddox is in my top 5. There's a lot of good pitchers in the past, but those two would probably be in there. Smoltz would probably be on the edge of it. Randy Johnson would be in. Tom Seaver, no. He's too far back. He might be in the top 20. But if I had my top 5, Maddox and Martinez would both be in there. There we go. Scherzer, he'd be close. Verlander, no. Verlander would probably be in the top 10. Scherzer would probably be close to that top 5. He is a very good big game pitcher. I don't know if I'd put him in my top 5, though. He'd be really close. He's very similar to Randy Johnson for me as far as the career they've had. Bounced around to multiple teams, success everywhere you've been, multiple Cy Youngs. Very, very similar careers. Maddox, Johnson, Martinez in my top 5. I don't know. I might put Scherzer in that top 5. He's close, though. I mean, close. Smoltz would be close to that top 5. I don't know if I'd put him in or not, though. He deserves consideration. I mean, for the PED guys, Clemens does not get a vote for me. I mean, even with the PEDs, I don't think he's in my top 5. Well, yeah, but I also like Johnson because he was so big. He had to be able to get that ball down on hitters more. He had more, or larger pitchers have harder time with control than almost any other pitcher, aside from maybe side armors, just because they have to be able to get that plane down a lot more. They have more vertical break to that ball. Yeah. I, I'm not saying that the PED guys deserve, all the same, respect that the other guys do. I'm just saying that us turning our back on it and acting like it didn't exist isn't exactly helping the game move forward either. Well, yeah, that's what. Look at the pitchers nowadays. Almost all of them are looking at extension and that kind of thing. Back then, extension wasn't a thing. hmm Plus that velocity with that extension. I think baseball needs to come to terms with their history on the PED guys and just make a decision. The more they let this hang over the sport, the worse it is for baseball, in my opinion. Just look at the Pete Rose thing. It's been how many years Pete Rose has had his thing going on, and yet we still talk about it every single Hall of Fame time. And is that what you wanted to do when you set the discipline for Pete Rose? Hey, he bet on games. We can't allow him to be in, the Hall of Fame, blah, 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 blah. We ban him from baseball for life. Did you want that to be the discussion every single time you're trying to honor the best players in history? No, you get over it, you put him in, and you move on. Does that mean he's the same as all the others? No, it just means now that you've moved past it, you do acknowledge the career that he had and the impact he had on the game, whether it was for good or bad reasons, and you move forward. And now every single Hall of Fame after that, after they're inducted, or after he finally gets into the Hall of Fame, then you can really focus on all the other stories that are out there instead of spending 2 months arguing about whether or not this is the year for Pete Rose or this is the year for Roger Clemens. I think they've gotten way too much story time for as big as a players as they are. They deserve their pub, yes, but this isn't pub. This is just arguing over nuances at this point. Everybody knows what happened. All righty. Hey, Joey Gallo got a hit yesterday, a double and scored a run. All right. Checking out the box score right now as we watch the telecast. In fact, I might have already told you guys a few thousand times, I suppose. I'm originally from South Dakota, so I grew up with Minnesota Twins baseball, at least for the first few years of life. So I'm going to see about the Twins coverage. I don't think I've actually watched a Twins covered baseball game. I couldn't even tell you. Last time I went to South Dakota, I didn't even get to watch. Too busy trying to see family. But Ryan Pipio will be starting today. Twins lineup will have Luis Ariz leading off at first base, Correa at short, followed by Polanco at second. Kepler is in right, batting fourth. Miranda is at third, batting fifth. Gordon in center. Cave in left. Beckham is your DH, and Gary Sanchez is batting ninth, doing the catching. For the Dodgers, it'll be Mookie Betts in right, Turner at short, Freeman at first. Will Smith is your catcher at the in the cleanup spot. Max Muncy at third. Justin Turner is your designated hitter. Gavin Lux at second. Chris Taylor in left, and Bellinger in center. So no Joey Gallo in the lineup today. I know I've been thinking about that top 5 pitchers of all time. Maddox would be in there. Johnson, Martinez. I'm going to go ahead and put Scherzer in there. So that's 4. Fifth, I'd like to give it to Smoltz. Nah, Kurt Schilling for like a 1-game postseason type of play, but he'd probably be in my top 20 overall. There's a lot of good pitchers out there, though. And I'm not even going back to like the 70s, 60s, 50s guys. Some of those were, just look at their numbers. Back in the dead ball era, when pitching was literally everything in the game, if you scored a run, it likely won you the game. Some of those pitchers back then, you just look at those numbers, dwarf a lot of today's numbers. Gibson. I don't know. If I'd probably put Smoltz in there just because Atlanta Braves, etc. They were one of my favorite teams growing up as well. Nolan might get a vote just because of his dominance, especially towards the back end of his career. Yeah, I'd probably go with Smoltz. He's up there, though. Maddox. If I'm starting game 1, I'm probably going with Johnson. Game 2 would probably be Pedro. Game 3, Maddox. Game 4, Scherzer. Game 5, Smoltz. The Cardinals game. Welcome back, Ronald. 5-1. Cardinals scored 5 in the first. Jose Quintana is on the mound. Randall Grichuk is up right now. He's through 3 innings so far. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate the like. If I was doing top 5 quarterbacks ever, now they got me on kind of a ranking kick. Brady, of course, number 1. I don't think that's even arguable at this point, as much as people might hate him. It's Brady. Manning would be in my top 5. I want to put Marino in there, but he doesn't have a title. He was one of the best quarterbacks ever in league history, just never got it done, so I can't really put him in there. But I'd like to. He's probably in that 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 group. Breeze is not in there. Rodgers is not in there. Favre isn't in there as much as I'd like to put him in there. Montana would be in that group. So Montana, Manning, Brady. I don't know. I'd have to think about 4 and 5, though. Watching the Guardians versus Tigers right now on MLB Network. Guardians trying to take sole possession of the AL Central for the time being. Clase is on for the save. I don't know. Who are y'all's top 5 quarterbacks? I'm drawing a blank for some reason. I think Brady, Manning, Montana. Elway would be close for me. Russell Wilson, I don't think he gets in that club either. Patrick Mahomes, if he continues on the path he's on right now, probably would be in that group. Bradshaw I can't put in there, even though he's got all those titles. Aikman, same thing. Steve Young, same thing. All right, looks like we're about to get underway with the Dodgers versus the Twins. Bear with me while I change the graphic on this. There we go. Pipio. Yep. 1-1 here to Arise to lead off the game here in the top of the first. And we're underway. Arise hitting .329, probably the best hitter for average so far this year. Knocks this one foul, 1-2. Pipio with a .276 earned run average coming into the game. The 1-2 pitch, well outside, 2-2. Riley Green up for the Tigers right now, keeping our eyes on that AL Central race. Guidry, Gooden, Kershaw, Strasburg, and Verlander. I couldn't put Strasburg in that group. That's a double to the left field wall for Arise. Nice piece of hitting there. And Cleveland has just went final against Detroit. Clase getting the save. They have taken sole possession of the AL Central lead, at least for the time being. Guidry, Gooden, Kershaw, Strasburg, and Verlander. Is that your game 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as well, or is that just a random order? I think my lineup was Johnson I think it was Randy Johnson game 1, Pedro game 2, Maddox game 3, Scherzer game 4, and Smoltz game 5. I like Maddox versus Kershaw. Okay. Random. LA is pretty much unstoppable at home. They own the Padres in Dodger Stadium, which is another reason why I think at least this year, Dodgers are still chief in that division. Next year, I think we're talking about a whole different animal, though. Strasburg would be last, so he'd go up against Smoltz. That'd be closer than I'd think, but the height of Strasburg versus the height of Smoltz. I think even in the beginning and end of Smoltz, I'd still like Smoltz, but that's just me. I grew up on the Twins, Braves, and Rangers. Ouch. An error back in that Guardians game. A player on the bench took one to the face. Pipio wins Cy Young. 3-1 now on Carlos Correa, hitting .265. Has not had that great of a year this year, unfortunately. He's looking to get that 10-year, $325 million contract this offseason. I don't think he's going to get it. I think he'll get close. Swing and a miss. Fooled on that off-speed pitch. Correa has a buzzer. Check him. This is the type of game where you need your best players to be your best. That wasn't it for Correa. Jorge Polanco due up, hitting .237 on the year. No Byron Buxton today, unfortunately. That one's fouled off the foot of Polanco. 0-1. Polanco digging back in again. I don't know if, based off of my rotation, I think Verlander would be a good matchup against Randy Johnson if they went head to head. That'd be a great game to watch. Arise motors into third base anyway on that fly out there by Polanco. Run at third now with 2 away. Dodgers defense is Chris Taylor in left, Bellinger in center, Betts in right, Muncy at third, Trey Turner at short, Gavin Lux at second, and Freddie Freeman at first. Will Smith doing the catching, and Ryan Pipio on the mound. Max Kepler digging in 88 games, has a .233 average, 9 homers, 39 RBIs, and a .705 OPS. First pitch, well outside. 1-0. Thank you guys for joining us. If you haven't hit that like or subscribe button already, please do so. Really helps us out trying to grow this channel as much as we can. That one outside again, a little bit closer this time though. 2-0. Kepler going to look for a pitch to drive here. That was not it. Good pitch by Pipio. Gets Kepler to pop up. Turner is there behind the pitcher's mound and makes the catch. Through the top half of the first. 0-0 our score. The only hit being a Luis Ariz double to lead things off, but they were able to work around it. To the bottom half we go. Twins will counter with Sonny Gray today. Mookie Betts will lead things off, followed by Trey Turner and Freddie Freeman. For those of you wondering, this was Clayton Kershaw's spot in the rotation. My dog's having fun right now, running back and forth across the house. It's kind of funny. He's a very happy dog. I think everybody's just tired of hearing about the Soto trade rumors, and they're upset their team didn't land him, so they're trying to nitpick his game a little bit. And then, of course, once he signs that mega deal, teams don't like superpowers in the league. Padres are trying to become one. To me, they're still an underdog, though. I mean, they haven't won anything yet, so why can or how can you say they're a superpower and still give them the hate of a superpower? I mean, they haven't even played with their full lineup yet. Fernando Tatis isn't there. Yeah, Machado's earned some of that though with his cocky attitude that he had even when he was with Baltimore, especially when we went to the Dodgers. He's earned some of that. He's had a quiet couple of years since joining the Padres, though. He's still a very productive player for them. Okay, I say a very productive player. That's underselling it a little bit. He's been a fantastic all around multi utility type of a player that's really locked down third base for them and short at times. That one misses upstairs, and it's 2-1 now. Mookie Betts hitting 276 on the year. So I do kind of understand some of the hate there, but for Soto, I mean, other teams don't like him. Other teams' fans might not like him because of how he takes a ball and does that whole stride out thing and then stride back. And then he does kind of the whole intense stare down the entire time. He's just an intense kind of a guy. Nothing wrong with it. It's just not going to win you a lot of fans on other teams. Not that you should be trying to, but still. Swing and a miss there by Betts. Gray gets the better of him and strikes him out. Trey Turner, who's going to be a free agent this offseason. He's probably the most interesting free agent to me this offseason just because I think there's a real chance that a number of teams could end up getting his services. Out of all the shortstops outside of Bogarts, I think he's probably the most likely to move. Bogarts, I really don't think is going back to the Red Sox, which again is why I don't understand why they didn't trade him. He can say all he wants that he really likes playing there, but everything I've seen from before this season till now says that Boston doesn't want him. They're not willing to pay him, and he's not going to want to stay in a place where he's not wanted. He might enjoy playing there, but I don't see Boston ponying up the money other teams will for his production. Two away there as Turner grounds out to short. The one thing Turner has added is a lot more power this year. So one thing teams worry about as a speedster ages is of course the speed. Turner, well now that he's starting to show some power, that contract that Correa was going to get, I think that might be going to him. Let me pull up his numbers real quick for you guys. Alrighty. Trey Turner is 29 years old, so he'll be entering his age 30 season next year. I think he's probably going to get a 10-year deal, even though that'll look horrible on the back end. Think of the Rangers contract that they signed with Corey Seager. A lot of that money is up front anyway. You think that contract gets up to 35, 36 million at one point and then tapers off towards the end or into the high 20s. Something like that could work for Trey Turner. Looking at his numbers just this year, he's added 18 home runs. Last year, his home run count last year was 10. Of course, he only played in 52 games. His high water mark for home runs, or hold on, that was 10 home runs with the Dodgers. He had 28 home runs last year. He's at 18. He's probably going to break 30 this year or get close to it. So he's added some power the last couple of years. But if I had to guess, you're looking at a 10-year, $325 million contract for Trey Turner. Maybe a hair more just to say he can beat that contract Corey Seager got. Corey Seager, of course, signed that contract as a younger player. Trey Turner is going to be a couple years older than him when he hits free agency. Xander Bogaerts, he's going to be 30 at the end of this season, so he'll be going into his age 30, 31 season next year. They're pretty close to the same age though. He only has 9 home runs so far this year. Last year he had 23. His high water mark is 33 in 2019. His numbers do seem to be, or the power numbers at least, seem to be trailing off a little bit. Um, His batting average, though, has almost never been higher since 2015. This year it's at 310. So kind of a platform year. If I had to guess, Xander Bogaerts probably ends up around 10 at 275, something like that. That was the contract Carlos Correa was offered in free agency last year by the Tigers, and he turned it down. I think he's regretting that decision now. Freddie Freeman got a base hit, but Will Smith unable to do anything after that. We go to the top half of the second. It'll be Miranda, Gordon, and Cave for the Twins. Devers is getting 500 million. That's why they're getting rid of Bogarts, prepared to pay out. I would agree there. I think Devers is probably going to get close to that 500 million. I don't think he might get all the way there just because of the his age anyway. But Soto's going to be the real person that's going to get 500. Devers probably ends up in the mid fours, I think. I don't think that the getting rid of Bogarts has anything to do really with with the Devers deal, at least until they made the signing of Trevor Story. Once they signed Trevor Story, they committed the money that they had for that shortstop spot, I believe, next year to him instead of going with Bogarts, which is why I think because of Trevor Story's horrible season, they were second guessing that decision and are actually thinking about re-signing him. But ultimately, I think the money's still going to be too much, which is why I think they should have traded him at the deadline. I think you're going to lose him for literally nothing at the deadline or at this offseason. I can't remember if compensation is still a thing this off or after the collective bargaining agreement, but not the decision, not the path I would have gone down if I was the Red Sox. First pitch to Miranda swung on and popped well foul. That was a mighty hack there. Oh yeah, I think they'll definitely cough it up. I think that's actually going to be done this offseason. The reason why I think it's going to get over 500 is part of this is going to be his 23 and 24 years, his arbitration years anyway, to try to steal some free agency years, etc. I think this is probably going to be in the neighborhood of a 10 to 12-year deal. I think if they want to really push this deal out, they could make it a 15-year deal worth 550, 575, something like that. But I think it probably ends up around 500 for about 10 to 12 years. That's where I think the contract ultimately ends up for Juan Soto. Devers, I think because of the different position, you're probably looking at 10 to 12 years at around 450, 440, somewhere in there. That's still pretty fantastic money. Miranda pops this one down the left field line. Will it stay fair? That was right into the corner. He did not miss a home run by much. Ooh. If I had to guess, he probably missed that home run by about 3 feet to the left. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Usually, when teams do contracts like that, you're looking at 10 years on the high end with a couple of years of arbitration left in there if they still have it. The 1-2 pitch again here to Miranda. Off the end of the bat, gets down in front of Betts. Leadoff single here by Miranda. Swinging a good bat there in that at bat. It'll be Nick Gordon next, playing in center today. I like him too. Didn't like him when he hit that home run against the Rangers at the game I went to go see last month, but Twins are my second favorite team, so hoping they can keep him in the lineup a little bit more regularly now that Kirilov is out for the year. 0-1 now to Gordon. The set by Pipio. And the pitch. Swung on and missed. That ball missed the plate by a good 3 or 4 inches. Braves beat the Red Sox tonight, 8-4. For those of you interested in the Mets games, the 1-2 count now to Gordon. Popped up. Medium center field. Bellinger drifts over a couple of steps, makes the catch, and there is one away. Yeah, he's always been a very good contact hitter. Doesn't strike out a ton, but he finds the holes out there. Jake Cave is in there now. In only 6 games this year, has a 273 average with 10 homers and a couple of RBIs. Missed a lot of time due to injury earlier this season, but he is back on the big club. That one misses inside, and it's 1-0. Some of the New York media tried to give some love to Arise earlier this offseason, or this season anyway. I think he had like a 342 average at the time. John Heyman sending out some love his way. Swung on and missed, 1-1. It's about 9:33 right now. For those of you wondering if we're going to do our daily update video tonight at 10 o'clock, we will be doing that at about probably around midnight, right when this game is expected to be over. So make sure you stay tuned here to the Upside tonight. We will do your daily update you on all of the major storylines from all 4 of the major sports out there. The 3-1 now to Jake Cave. Swung on and missed. 3-2. Nice fastball there. I'm very curious to see how the Twins handle the postseason this year. Kenta Maeda, the former Dodger, is expected to be back this September. He's recovering from Tommy John. Swung on and missed by Cave. Didn't catch up to that one. It's like he knew the pitch was coming and still missed it. Mad at himself for missing that pitch. Tim Beckham up there now. He's your DH today. 0-1 as he fouls that one back to the screen. Hmm. Duran thrown out at home in that Rangers game. And then Alvarez hitting a home run in the bottom half of the seventh right after that. Ouch. As a Ranger fan, you hate to see the team lose, but at least you're going to get better draft compensation this offseason. This is the last chance I think the Rangers are actually hoping for better draft compensation, as I think they've fallen off the pace anyway for wild card contention. Next year, though, they should be able to sign a starting pitcher and an outfielder. They'll have close to $75 million, I think, in salary to spend. They're one of the dark horse teams I have in on Trey Turner this offseason. I think there's an outside chance they get him. Am I saying they're one of the top three teams? Absolutely not. If I had to guess, number one would probably be the Dodgers or Phillies. Two would be Dodgers or Phillies. And then three, maybe Boston if they lose Xander Bogaerts. But I think the fourth place team in those sweepstakes might be the Texas Rangers. Nobody believed that Corey Seager would end up with the Rangers last year. Not saying that I ultimately expect Trey Turner to go to Texas, but that'd be a fantastic infield, Simeon, Seager, and Turner for the next 6 years at least. And he's exactly what the Rangers are looking for right now. Contact hitters, consistency with some power still in their game, and speed. He literally is everything the Rangers are looking for. So you heard it here first. The Rangers, I think, will be a player this offseason for a guy like Trey Turner. They still need a left fielder. Not saying that they'd put him in left, but they could move one of those guys around at third or left, wherever they decide to move him. DH a guy every other day, et cetera, et cetera. How basketball's become a little bit positionless over the years. Baseball's getting that way anyway, especially with dynamic middle infielders. To the bottom of the second we go. It's going to be Muncy, Turner, and Lux for the Dodgers against Sonny Gray. Max Muncy's swinging a hot bat over the past week. Has raised his average from about 165 up to 178 now. Muncy has a couple home runs against the Twins so far this year in 3 games. Looking for more success today. That one misses inside, 1-0. In a 6-game hitting streak, he's hitting .375, 3 homers, 7 RBIs, and over 1,000 OPS. That's a lot more like the Max Muncy we've gotten to know over the past couple of years with the Dodgers. Little cue shot there. 1-2. They show the clip from last night's game where he absolutely obliterated a ball over the center field wall. Actually was researching a little bit in the minor leagues yesterday between the Rangers minor league team and the Dodgers minor league team. Did not know Dellin Betances was still in baseball at this point. I knew he had signed this offseason with the Dodgers, but saw that his numbers were astronomical earlier this year. They're still astronomical, and yet he's still on that AAA roster. I guess they're hoping he would eventually get it right. I think his ERA is over 11 right now in AAA. His career is essentially done in Major League Baseball, I believe. Expect him to possibly go international after this season. It's now 3-2 to Muncy. Very discerning eye up there. Nice off-speed pitch, but fouled away. Little dribbler back to the screen. And we'll do it again. That one's gone. Muncy has now hit his 4th home run in the last 7 games. Tattoos that one off of Gray right down the right field line. And it's now a 1-0 Dodger lead. That's Muncy's 13th home run of the year. He is on some type of roll right now. I was worried about who the lineup or who the Dodgers were going to have going for them down the stretch of the season. They didn't really add anybody outside of Joey Gallo as far as a bat, or Trace Turner a little bit earlier, or Trace Thompson earlier this season. So I was really worried about that lineup. If Muncy can keep coming around like this, their lineup is a lot more threatening in a postseason series, especially with Bellinger hitting a few bombs the other day. Turner swings at that one, and it's 0-1. Four home runs in 7 games. Nice work, Max Muncy. That one just off the outside corner, but Gray gets the call. It's now 0-2. Make it 1-2 now. Gavin Lux waiting on deck. This one lifted into center, right center anyway. And this one gets down in front of Kepler. Turner gets in there to second with a nice slide. Dodgers have something going here in the second. That's Justin Turner's 20th straight game reaching base, the second longest streak in the league. He's a little bit more of a platoon player right now. Luck's digging in, hitting 297, 4 homers, 33 RBIs in 100 games. Really hasn't developed that power, but still has a very good average hits for average anyway. Gray flips to third, and Turner is out by a mile. That was a mistake in base running by Justin Turner. That was a great decision, though, by Sonny Gray, just acting decisively, not waiting to see what he was going to do, but immediately turning and looking at third base first because he fielded it so quickly. Right on, or ooh, they say that was just off the inside corner. Did not miss by much. 1-0 to Chris Taylor here. Three and one to Taylor. Ouch! That one bounced off the head of Lux and goes into left field. Stolen base there for Lux. Gary Sanchez yet again with poor defensive play at catcher. Anybody shocked? No. Why do teams still deploy him at catcher? I do not know. He is a defensive liability and then some. That throw is offline. It actually hit Lux in the hand. I thought it bounced up and hit him in the helmet just the way it looked. Took a minute for Lux to figure out where that ball landed. That actually went off of his wrist and into left. That one will sting a little bit. He's now in scoring position. Sacrifice fly would get him home. And he reaches. That's going to be a walk there for Taylor. Cody Bellinger due next. Runners on first and third now. Pitching coach coming out for the Twins. That one upstairs. 1-0 to Bellinger. Watching the Rangers and Astros as well. 3-3 in the bottom of the eighth. Matt Moore pitching for the Rangers. Shocked they didn't deal him at the deadline. He would have been a fantastic ad for any one of these uh, bullpens. Yankees, I thought, really could have used him after losing King. Dodgers added Chris Martin, but I thought they could have used a lefty as well. Sacrifice fly is complete. Bellinger flies out to center. Taylor stays at first. Dodgers now lead it 2-0. Took a minute for Gordon to get underneath it. Wasn't able to see it until the very last second. Nice help there from his fellow outfielders, kind of guiding him back until he was able to locate it. That one just off the corner, and it's 1-0. Betts struck out back in the first. Gray takes time here. One and one now to Betts. That one misses well outside. It's now 2-1. Betts hammers this one, but caught at third base. Beautiful play there by Miranda, and the side is retired. However, 2 runs do cross for the Dodgers. They lead it now 2-0. 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Dodgers so far today. No runs, 2 hits, 1 error for the Twins. We go to the top of the third. It'll be Gary Sanchez, Luis Ariz, and Carlos Correa. Welcome in, HG. Yeah, it's a little quieter than the trade deadline. Of course, we had like 200 people in that one for a long time. Just kind of watching the Twins and Dodgers. Also got the Rangers and Astros on the other TV as well. That one bounced in the dirt by Moore. Trying to keep everybody updated. Got some new stuff coming out tomorrow, starting up a podcast and Patreon. Patreon is already live. Don't have anything on it yet, but that'll be on there tomorrow. Our first podcast will go live tomorrow as well, but make sure you subscribe and follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. That way you know where to find us. You can also follow us on TikTok at Upside Sports Network. Yeah. Yeah, that's the blackout has That's what's keeping me from watching on MLB TV. That's why I have to have two screens up right now. Mancini is just coming on or come on to pinch hit anyway for the Astros here in the bottom of the eighth. He's down in the count 1-2 to Matt Moore. Foul tip. And we'll do it again. Thanks for joining us. We watched the Marlins and Phillies game earlier. The Phillies had no business being in that game. Kyle Schwarber kept him in it. Actually had a stolen base. Went 3 for 4 in it. He was definitely the player of the game. They scored 3 runs in the bottom of the eighth and won it 4-3. Base hit there by Mancini. Now 2 on with 2 outs in the bottom of the eighth for the Astros, and the top of the order coming up. This is what happened the other night for the Astros. When they played the Guardians, except they were not able to get the win in that one. They pinch hit for their 8 and 9 spots in the lineup and were unable to scratch across a run. Altuve due up now. This year with runners in scoring position hitting 300. And they're going to have a pitching or a mound visit there anyway. In the Twins-Dodgers game, Sanchez is ahead 2-1 now. Ryan Pipio out for his third inning of work. We'll see how long he goes. Again, this was the start Clayton Kershaw was set to make. Of course, he was injured and was pulled from his last start. Sanchez pops this one foul. Two and two. That one's well inside. 3-2 now. Luis Ariz waiting on deck. Had a double back in the first. And that's ball 4. Good eye by Sanchez as that one missed off the plate inside by a good 6 inches. Oh, and 1 now to Ariz. The set and the pitch by Pipio. Well outside. 1-1. Altuve in that Rangers Astros game. Now down 1-2 to Matt Moore. The pitch. Oh, that was a good one right off the inside corner. Altuve able to lay off. Ariz ahead 2-1 there. Altuve pops up. Seager is there. And that's the end of the eighth for the Astros. Still tied at 3 as they go to the ninth there. In the top of the third, Dodgers lead at 2-0. Ariz takes a strike on the very inside corner, right at the top of the zone. 2-2. Rise fouls this one away, and it remains 2-2. Carlos Correa due up next. He struck out back in the first inning. We'll see if he can do a little bit better the second time around. Rise lines this one into left. It'll be and Taylor drops it, but not far enough for Sanchez to advance. 2 for 2 so far as Luis Rise. And it will be Carlos Correa with a chance to do some damage now. Of course, a big fan favorite there in LA. Okay, maybe not. The 1-0 is popped up by Correa out behind first base. Freeman is there and makes the catch. Flips it in quickly into the infield, but the runners were not moving. They stay at first and second. Correa unable to get the job done. It'll be up to Jorge Polanco to keep this inning alive for the Twins. That one just on the outside corner, 0-1. The set by Pipio and the pitch. Another one outside. 1-1. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. You still with us, HG? We had a conversation earlier tonight while we were in between games anyway about what 5 pitchers would you say would you say is your 5 or 5 best pitchers for one game anyway? I went with Randy Johnson, Pedro Martinez, Greg Maddux, Max Scherzer, and John Smoltz. Who would be your 5 if you're still there? One and two now to Polanco. The set and the pitch. Hammered down the line, and they're going to call that a home run. Wow. I'm not sure that was inside the foul pole. I really don't know. But that's a 3-run home run by Jorge Polanco. The Twins take a 3-2 lead on that shot right down the line. And I mean, it was right down the line. Wow. 2 in the bottom half of the second for the Dodgers, 3 here in the top of the third for the Twins, and they strike back quickly. He did get all of it. It was either going to be a home run or a long foul ball. Looking at the replay, it looked like it went inside the foul pole. Yep. Kepler is due up next. Twins back out in front now, 3-2 here in the top of the third. One and one now to Kepler. Hitting .233 on the year. That one bounced in the dirt. Goes back to the screen. 2-1. Fouled off by Kepler again. It's 2-2. Presley strikes out Duran in the top half of the ninth. To the bottom of the ninth we go in Houston. Houston looking for a walk-off there. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate it. Kepler pops this one up. Running over there is Turner in foul territory. Makes the catch for the second out of the inning. Nice play by Trey Turner. Great wheels. It'll be Miranda due next. He just missed a home run in his previous at bat and instead served a single out to right on the next pitch. Hitting .278 on the year, 11 homers, 47 RBIs, and a .794 OPS. Nick Gordon would be next if he reaches. This one's popped up though. And Lux makes the catch. 3-2 is our score as we go to the bottom of the third. 3 runs, 4 hits, 1 error for the Twins. 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Dodgers. It'll be Trey Turner, Freddie Freeman, and Will Smith for the Dodgers in the bottom of the third. But the Jorge Polanco 3-run home run here in the top of the third gets the Twins on the board. Sonny Gray coming out for his third inning of work. Appreciate you guys joining us. If you're just joining us here at the Upside, we cover the NBA, NFL, MLB, and the NHL. Cover all your favorite teams for you. Keep you updated as best we can. Give you as much information as we can. And we do live streams, of course, of baseball games as you're watching right now. We do daily updates for you guys around 10 o'clock. Of course, we're not doing that right now because we're in the middle of a live. But as soon as our live is over, we'll give you your new daily update on all the news from all your favorite sports. We're not a highlight show. We're not going to give you highlights, nothing like that, but we'll keep you updated on everything that's happening. We're also starting up a podcast. We'll put out our first episode tomorrow. They'll run about 30 minutes in length on average. And you can find us on Anchor as soon as we post that first episode. You can find us on Twitter at UpsideSN. We'll post it there as to where you can find it. Also started up a Patreon. I haven't put one out yet, but that will be out tomorrow around the same time. And then, of course, we'll have our live tomorrow as well at 10 o'clock to give you your daily update. Appreciate you guys joining us here on a Wednesday evening. Good doubleheader baseball so far. Marlins dominated the first game up until about the bottom of the 8th, and then it was Phillies from there on out, scoring 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th. Kyle Schwarber, your player of the game. Now in the Twins and Dodgers, so far it's been a little bit back and forth. Dodgers jumping out to a 2-0 lead in the bottom of the second, and then that 3-run home run in the top of the third by Jorge Polanco gave the Twins a 3-2 lead. Watching the Rangers and Astros here on the other screen as well as they go to the bottom of the ninth, tied at 3. It'll be Gurriel due up first. Trey Turner digging in for the Dodgers in the bottom of the third there. That one bounced in the other's batter's box, and for some reason, Trey Turner thought that was a good pitch and offered a swing at it. Of course, unsuccessfully. Turner hitting 306, 18 homers, 80 RBIs, and an 846 OPS. Gray misses badly with that one, and it's 1-1. Gurriel bloops this one out into left. A nice catch there by Bubba Thompson as he ranged to his right. Another one in the other batter's box. Turner lays off. Seems like that motion is what's throwing off Turner. It's now 2-2. Swung on and missed. Trey Turner is retired on strikes. Nice pitching there by Sonny Gray. Can't hit a home run on every pitch. Freddie Freeman due up next. Got a base hit his last time against Gray. We'll see how he goes this time around. Hitting 325 on the year. He's been a fantastic addition to this Dodgers group. Now one bounced in the dirt, and it's now 2-1 to Freeman. A little bit of a pause in the Rangers game as their catcher shakes off a foul ball. That was a tough one. It looked like right off the thumb. Freeman fouls this one back, and it's now 2-2 in the Dodger game. Freeman looks locked in this at-bat. That one just north of the zone. 3-2 now. This one lined. Oh, that's going to be an error. Luis Arraez just nonchalantly charged at that one. Or was it Polanco? Polanco, my bad. I thought it was Arraez over there. Polanco misplays that one. Should have been the second out of the inning there, but Freeman reaches on the error. I mean, it was a hard hit ball. He just didn't get his glove down low enough. He was there in time. Just kind of made a wave at it and missed. Taylor Hearn, meanwhile, for the Rangers, strikes out Yordan Alvarez for the second out in the ninth. We might be seeing extras there in Houston. Will Smith digging in. It's 0-1 to Will Smith. Hitting 274, 16 RBIs, 16 home runs, 61 RBIs on the year. That one misses below the zone, and it's 1-1. Popped foul, and it's 1-2 now to Will Smith. Been a while since we've had a spammer. My apologies. There we go. Freeman is picked off in his attempt to steal second. Looks like he left way too early. Rangers do get out of the bottom of the ninth. To extras they go in Houston. 2-2 now to Smith with 2 outs now in the bottom of the third there. Smith just left apoplectic there at the plate. Strikeout by Sonny Gray. To the top of the fourth they go. It'll be Gordon, Cave, and Beckham for the Twins. See how Pipio responds after giving up that home run in the previous inning to Jorge Polanco. Appreciate you guys joining us. Let's check in on some of the other scores while we wait for the extras to begin in Houston and for the top of the fourth to begin in LA. White Sox are in front, excuse me, the White Sox trail the Royals 3-7 anyway. In the bottom of the eighth there, make it 3-8 now. The Cardinals have an 8-2 advantage on the Rockies after getting 5 runs in the first inning against the Rockies. Pirates lead the Diamondbacks 3-2. All their other games are now final. Mets beat the Reds 10-2. Brewers over the Rays 4-3. Cubs 4-2 over the Nats. 5-4. Angels over the A's. Padres 13-7 over the Giants. And the Mariners 4-3 over the Yankees. Phil Maton on for the Astros in the top of the 10th there. Of course, there will be the ghost runner, the Manfred Man, out there at second. Rangers have had difficulty in the past of getting that man in for some reason. Just haven't been able to execute in those situations. We'll see if they can fix that problem. Looks like the pitch or the software that they're using isn't working right now for the Astros. That's where the reason for the delay there. Oh, 2 now to Gordon in the Dodger game. Josh Smith pinch hitting for the Rangers here in the top of the 10th. Watching 2 games at once with the Rangers now in extras. Smith makes a horrible bunt attempt. That pitch was up and in at his head, and he popped that one back behind the screen. Nick Gordon, 1-2 now, is 0-1. Flew out back in the second. The set by Pipio and the pitch. Swung on and missed. Gordon unhappy with himself. Looks like they're seeing the fastball very well, but they just aren't able to get good swings off on it. That's like the third frustrated strikeout anyway. Pipio has left the hitter with, muttering to themselves as they go back to the dugout. That one outside. Smith gets the bunt down this time, does get the runner to third. Smith is safe, though, at first and beats it out. Great hustle there by Josh Smith. Fantastic hustle. That first bunt attempt was horrible. The second one might have actually bounced off the plate and forward. And I think it did actually. In either event, now it's first and third for the Rangers, as that one gets the inside corner for Jake Cave. He was one of those Twins who left left his last at bat muttering against a strikeout call or strikeout that he wasn't able to catch up to the pitch on. Jonah Heim pinch hitting here for Bubba Thompson for the Rangers. Would really have liked to seen the rookie get a chance here, but Rangers trying to ensure they get that run across right now. The 3-2 pitch by Pipio. Back to the screen, and we'll do it again in the Dodger game. Heim is now ahead 2-0 in the Astro game. Phil Maton finding some struggles here in extras. Three-two pitch by Pipio to Cave. Popped up and foul. They'll do it again there. Maton misses the strike zone again in that Astros game. It's now 3-0. In case you're following along, watching the Dodgers and Twins, they're in the top of the fourth. 3-2, Twins in front. The 3-2 pitch, well outside, and Cave will take a walk. Runner on first with one out in the top of the fourth there. Jonah Heim is up 3-0 in his at bat. Make it a bases loaded now after he takes a 4-pitch walk. Astros in a lot of hot water right now. Vasquez coming out for a little chat. Tim Beckham digging in for the Twins. Takes a strike right at the knees. 0-1. Hernandez has come on as a pinch runner for Jonah Heim in the Rangers game. Oh, and 2 now on Beckham. Who also struck out back in the second. That pitch from Maton misses outside. There's nowhere to put him in that Astros Rangers game. Marcus Semien up, 1 for 4 on the day. Beckham grounds this one to short, and that's going to be a double play ball there. That's the end of the fourth, or the end of their half of the fourth anyway. To the bottom half they go. Maton misses a good 1.5 feet outside now. 2-0 to Marcus Semien. Astros with a reliever up. Looks like it is. I can't tell. Number 52. I didn't see a name. The 2-0. Nice off-speed pitch. Swung through. Semien unable to make contact. 2-1. Looked like he was expecting a fastball and got off speed. Batters nowadays like to guess. This one's lifted out to the outfield. There is room, though. Diaz makes the catch, but this will score a run. The throw comes into third. Duran scores. The Rangers take the lead 4-3, 1 away. Runners on first and second now. Corey Seager due next. Nice piece of hitting there by Simeon, making sure he gets that run home. Seager pounds this one through the right side, beats the shift, and Smith is coming home. He will be safe. The throw comes to third. Runners will be at first and second again. It's now 5-3 Texas in the top of the 10th inning. Phil Maton allowing a couple of runs now. Still only one out. Max Muncy due next for the Dodgers. Remember, he hit that home run back in the second inning. That got scoring started. Three homers in his last 4 games. Or, excuse me, 3 homers in 4 games versus the Twins. 4 homers in his last 7 games. First pitch here to Muncy, strike 1. Up and in. Garcia tags this one into left field. That'll keep the bases loaded now, though. With that short field in left in Houston, can't really advance home from second on that one. That ball is hit a little too hardly, or a little bit too hard. Appreciate you guys joining us. Looks like we might get a pitching change here for the Astros. And we will. Maton leaves with the bases loaded. Muncy now behind 1-2 in that Dodger game. The pitch by Gray beneath the zone, 2-2. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate it. Watching some Wednesday night baseball. Watched the Marlins and Phillies earlier. Here's the 2-2 from Gray. Swung on and missed. Muncy unable to make contact with that one. And he's down on strikes. Gray getting the better of him this time around. The set by Gray and the pitch. Right on the outside corner, maybe a little bit off, but gets the call there. Justin Turner 1 for 1, got a double back in the second. He was out at third anyway, trying to advance on old Nubber by Lux last time. Another one painted there on the outside corner. 1-2 now. Astros pitching change. Looks like the new pitcher is, once they show it on the screen, Brian Abreu anyway, excuse me. Looks a lot like Albert Abreu of the Yankees as Turner goes down on strikes in 33 games, has a 2.56 ERA and 38 2/3 innings pitched, 58 strikeouts to 17 walks. This Astros bullpen, best ERA in all of baseball, fewest innings in all of baseball, and yet they still coughed up a couple of runs here in extras. Lux takes low for ball 1 in the Dodger game. Nathaniel Lowe digging in for the Rangers. He's 1 for 4 today. Takes strike 1. In the top of the 10th inning, Rangers have taken a 5-3 lead and have loaded the bases. This one is just off the plate inside, 1-1. That one misses low to Lux, 2-1 in the Dodger game. Kind of flipping between a couple of games right now, watching some extra innings baseball between the Astros and Rangers. Twins lead it right now 3-2 against the Dodgers in the bottom of the fourth. It's now 3-1 on Lux. Jorge Polanco with a 3-run homer for the Twins to give them the lead in the top of the third. Lux takes a walk here. 2-out walk for Gavin Lux. Rangers have Jonathan Hernandez loosening out there in the bullpen to close things down in the 10th. We'll see if he can do so. Missed over a year with Tommy John surgery. Has only pitched in about 10 games since coming back, but he's been very good recently. I think he's gotten like 2 or 3 saves now for the Rangers so far. Lowe fouls that one off and it remains 2-2 with the bases loaded and 1 out in the 10th. First pitch to Taylor, grounds it to third. Miranda flips to second and gets the easy out there. Through 4, Twins in front, 3-2. The pitch to Lowe, just off the outside corner, 3-2 now. Tonight, the Rangers are 4 for 8 with runners in scoring position with 3 sacrifice flies. The 3-2 pitch. Little tapper foul. We'll do it again. Thank you guys for joining us. Just watching some extra innings baseball between the Rangers and Astros. Also keeping an eye on the Twins and Dodgers game right now. Swung on and missed by Lowe, and he strikes out now 2 away in the top of the 10th. Rangers lead at 5-3 there. Twins lead going to the 5th inning, 3-2 out in Los Angeles. They're in commercial break at the moment. Next up for the Rangers, Leody Taveras, 1 for 3 on the day. That one just off the plate inside, 1-0. Hard hit ball into left or right center. This one gets all the way out to the warning track. 2 runs will likely score, maybe 3. They're sending a third. He will score as well. The Rangers have busted it open now. It's now 8-3 Rangers. A bases clearing double for Leody Taveras. Nice piece of hitting there. Wow. Rangers now have a 5-run lead in the top of the 10th. Miranda lifts this one out to center. This one is gone. Twins now, or excuse me, that was Gary Sanchez. I thought that was Miranda. Gary Sanchez lifts that one out to right center. His 11th home run of the year. Makes up for that defensive gaffe earlier where he tried to throw out Gavin Lux stealing, plunked him with the ball, and it went into left field after hitting him with it. His offense making up for the defense so far today anyway. Back-to-back big plays for both the Twins and Rangers. Bases clearing double for Leody Taveras and the Rangers. Leadoff home run here in the 5th for the Twins. Luis Arise digging in. Now ahead 2-0. One of baseball's best hitters is 2 for 2 so far today. Had a double to left and a single to left. Dodgers do have Alex Vasai. Vasia are loosening anyway out there. Sorry for my lack of pronunciation skills for a second. Now 3-0 to Arise. Got to wonder if we're going to see a pitching change here in just a moment. Vasquez loses track of that one. Tavares, though, stays at second base. 3-1 to Mabry's Villoria. And Arise takes a walk there in the Dodger game. We could see a pitching change here. Looks like Dave Roberts is contemplating how much further he wants to go. He is up to 81 pitches so far. Looks like this might be the final batter. For Pipio. He's dominated Correa so far today, has had him guessing both times. We'll see if that's the reason why they leave him in here. Correa's still a dangerous hitter, even though he's not having his best year. Still hitting like 275 on the year. He's 0 for 2 so far with a strikeout and a pop-out. Villoria takes a 2-out walk there in the top of the 10th for the Rangers. Correa takes a one off the very end of the bat and nubs it back to the screen. 0-1. Swung on and missed by Correa, and it's 0-2. Looks like a good decision so far for Dave Roberts. Correa looks completely outmatched right now for some reason. Rise is back in there safely, but barely. The set and the pitch. Correa drives this one to deep right. However, Betts is there. One away. Correa got some nice wood on that one, just didn't quite get enough of it. Meanwhile, Abreu strikes out Duran to end the top of the 10th. However, the Rangers do score 5 in the inning. It's 8-3, and that was indeed the final batter for Pipio. It looks like we're going to have commercials in both games, unfortunately. Pipio got exactly the guy Dave Roberts wanted him to get. In the top of the 5th, it will be Alex Vasia coming in. 4 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors for the Twins. 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Dodgers. And it looks like it will be Jonathan Hernandez for the Rangers in the bottom of the 10th. Appreciate you guys joining us. If you haven't hit that like button or subscribe, please do so. We cover the NBA, MLB, NFL, and the NHL, so make sure you follow us. We'll keep you updated on everything that's happening. Yes, we're doing a live right now, but we do daily updates every single day at about 10 o'clock. As soon as this live is over, we'll get you updated on all the action that's happened today, transactions from around your favorite team from all 4 major sports. And then, as I mentioned, we'll also do shorts, keep you updated there as well. If there's a big story that's happening, we'll let you know as quick as we can. We're going to start up our podcast tomorrow, post that around 9 o'clock tomorrow, as well as our Patreon. That is up and running. You can follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN and subscribe here on YouTube. Follow us on TikTok at Upside Sports Network. All right. Now that I got all that out, we are starting our lives anyway. Starting on Saturday evening, we will have a longer live going on after probably about 8, 9 o'clock or so was when the Rams-Chargers game is going to kick off. Right around then is when we're going to have our new live, where we're going to have kind of a banner down here at the bottom so you guys can keep track of the score up in the top corner. We will keep you guys updated on all the other scores from around the sports world. So keep you to the upside for the latest on both of those. Jonathan Hernandez is indeed on for the Rangers. This will be his 8th game of the season, recovering from Tommy John. Has a couple of saves already this year. For the Twins, it'll be Polanco, Kepler, and Miranda next. Good start here by Pipio, just wasn't enough to get the job done. He leaves with a rise his responsibility there at first. In 43 games, Vesia has 35 innings pitched. Starts off Polanco with a strike there. Polanco switches around to the right side now. Had that 3-run home run in his last at bat, hitting .239, 15 home runs on the year. This one off the plate outside, and it's 1-1. Bregman moves to third on the balk. Hernandez just kind of dropped the ball. I'm halfway wondering if that was intentional. It looked intentional anyway. I guess he didn't want to have him right behind him. Tucker is up for the Astros, 2 for 4. Has a single and a solo home run tonight. Base hit into center. It's now 8-4. Astros starting to climb back. 2-2 account on Polanco in the Dodger Twins game. Hard hit, but back to the screen. Polanco didn't miss that one by too much. Gave it a mighty hack there on 2 strikes. We'll see if they go with something off speed. Try to counter that quick bat. The set by the lefty. And the pitch. Well outside, 3-2. The 3-2 pitch to Polanco. Low and in. It'll now be 2 on with 1 out. Max Kepler due up next. Pena swings and misses at that one wildly. 1-2 now against him. Rangers trying to hold down this game in the bottom of the 10th. First pitch, Kepler. Off the plate outside, but he did go around. 0-1. The set and the pitch. In the dirt, 1-1 to Kepler. Pena was able to foul off that last pitch. Remains 2-2 against the number 6 hitter. He's 0 for 4 on the day. Now on well inside, and 3-2 now to Pena. Garcia misses just a hair upstairs in the Dodger game. 2-1 now to Kepler, who's 0 for 2 so far. Little tapper in the Rangers game. 6-4-3 double play. No, they say Pena beat it out there at first. They do get the first out, though. Another one outside for Garcia. He looks very unhappy with himself after that pitch. Doesn't want to lose another batter here on a walk. Got to think the Dodgers might consider doing or loosening up another arm out there. Should this get too much worse anyway. Kepler fouls that one away. It's now 3-2. Misses well off the plate. McCormick is up now. Astros trying to scratch across a few more runs to get this game a little closer. At least have a chance. They do have only 2 outs to work with, though. The 3-2 pitch by Garcia. Popped foul by Kepler, and we'll do it again. That was a tough foul ball for Valoria, the Rangers catcher. Just took it off the place you really don't want to take it off of if you're a guy. Rangers have already exhausted their backup catcher, Jonah Heim, in a pinch hit role. The emergency catcher for them would be Charlie Culberson. He is the only one left on their bench after all. Kepler pops this one up in the air and caught by Muncy for the second out. Nice work there. Hernandez gets the strikeout on the outside corner, and the Astros are down to their final out now. Twins leading 4-2 in the top of the 5th. Runners on first and second. Miranda up right now. 1 for 2 in the game. Had a single back in the second. A little bit of both. I work open to close tomorrow, and I'm trying to post my first podcast and Patreon tomorrow. So I won't be doing a live until the 10 o'clock daily update. But I'll be catching a lot of that Field of Dreams game. I've got my lady recording it for me tomorrow. That way I can watch all the pre-stuff as well. Well, yeah, it'll be a better game. But I mean, everything before the game for Field of Dreams will be everything that I'll be interested in. The game itself, the Cubs versus the Reds, I mean, Ravens, Titans should be interesting. Who's the quarterback? Malik, that was drafted by the Titans. That should be interesting to watch. Hundley for the Ravens. Yeah, pretty much the same. I'm just hoping it's at least entertaining. That way I can kind of watch it in the background while I make the podcast and finish the last little bits on the podcast and the Patreon. Podcasts are trying to make at least one of them tonight. I'm going to try to post 3 over the next couple days. That's his name, Malik Willis. I knew it. Knew it was Malik something. I just couldn't remember the rest of it. One and two now to Diaz. That one misses below the zone. 2-1. Pena advances on defensive indifference. Yeah, I heard he made an unbelievable throw in practice the other day, but again, it's practice, so take it with a grain of salt. Vasillas 1-2 to Miranda, fouled away, and we'll do it again. Little dribbler to short. Seager flips on to first, and that's the end of the ball game. Rangers win it in extras, 8-4. Yeah, the Mariners are going to be really good must-see TV for a long time now with Julio Rodriguez. Of course, they don't have him on the squad right now, but they are calling up a bunch of guys who've been injured this year. Mitch Haniger was on the 60-day IL, is finally back for them. Everybody forgets how good of a player he was, a linchpin in that lineup, and Castillo is unbelievable. Nobody's been paying attention to him for years. Granted, he was in Cincinnati, so I doubt it. I mean, it's the preseason. If he does, it's probably just to hand the ball off 3 times and go back to the bench. Ouch! That went right off of Muncy at third base. Hard hit ball. All 3 runners will be safe. This inning will continue for the Twins. That was a smash. Muncy looks like he's like, that kind of hurt. That might have caught him on the elbow or something. Well, yeah, I mean the Titans, they downgraded at receiver and went younger there. I do like that Willis is going to be the backup to Tannehill. I think in a year, if Tannehill is struggling or if not exactly lighting the world on fire, we could see Willis start next year for the Titans. This year, though, I think it's Tannehill's job no matter what. Willis is too raw. It's going to be bases loaded now, 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. Mound visit here. Welcome back, David. We actually watched the Phillies game earlier. Marlins were the Phillies had no business in that game winning it at all. Kyle Schwarber is the whole reason why they won that game. He is the energy on that team right now. 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th, and they took it. Got to win them all kinds of ways, though, as you come down the stretch of the season. Looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter. Gilberto Celestino is in. He is pinch hitting for Nick Gordon, I believe. A little surprising here. Twins noticing this might be their chance to get something done. That pitch misses well inside. The Phillies are playing much better baseball, especially since the deadline. I like the additions they've made. Biggest addition, though, is going to come in the form of Bryce Harper when he comes back. I have yet to see a real definitive timeline of when to expect him, though. I've heard timelines saying a week. I've heard timelines saying a month. My apologies, boys and girls. Getting rid of this spammer real quick. Celestino's ahead 2-0. Patriots and Giants going to play tomorrow with Mac or Daniel Jones. Mac Jones, I've heard really good things about him in camp so far. Of course, it's camp, and every team says really great things about every quarterback in camp. So take it with a grain of salt. Phil Bickford is loosening for the Dodgers right now. Got to think if there's a base hit here, Vasia's probably going to have to face one more batter before they yank him. Dodgers hoping he can lock it down, though. That one well upstairs, and it's now 3-1. Both. NFL, I'll be watching more on the games or the day that they're actually on, though. Sundays will probably switch to more of an NFL feel, especially with early morning fantasy football that I'll be doing. Then I'll be doing the Sunday game or games all the way through Sunday night football. I'll do the Monday night football and Thursday night football. Baseball will shift to Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays and Saturdays for me. Now, whether or not I do all those nights, we shall see, but that's kind of the tentative schedule. I haven't drafted a team yet. I like to wait till a little bit closer to the season just in case we get some injuries. But a guy I'm really hoping to get in a lot of my drafts is Michael Pittman. I think Matt Ryan does great things for number one receivers, and he should do fantastic. I mean, he had Carson Wentz throwing him the ball last year. No shot to Carson Wentz, but he's not the quarterback Matt Ryan is. So, hard hit ball by Celestino out to center, but it's right to Cody Bellinger. Nice drive there by Celestino. But the Twins are able to scratch across one run. It's now 4-2. We go to the bottom of the fifth. 4 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors for the Twins. 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Dodgers. Cordero Patterson. He'll be a nice player, but I wonder about his health all year round. So you might want to draft his backup as well in fantasy. That and he's a one-cut back at best. He's not a patient runner. He's best with the ball in his hands. That's why they moved him to running back because he can't play receiver. I mean, the reason why the Vikings weren't able to deploy him at receiver as much is because he couldn't understand how to run a route. He could not run a route. He did not have the capacity to understand how to run a route either. He's not the brightest tool or brightest bulb in the shed, however you want to call it. But that's why he's been moved to running back. So if you're hoping for him to, knock the socks off of another team, I don't think you're going to have it. But you might get about 100, 120 yards rushing, on a good week with a touchdown or two. David Montgomery, I think, will do very well. Offensive line in Chicago is yet again going under a new renovation. However, the receivers outside aren't as good. Allen Robinson was gone. They brought in N'Keal Harry, that all-pro receiver from the New England Patriots. Okay, not. Of course, he's out with injury right now. Yeah, y'all just brought in Riley Reef as well, I believe. But we'll be doing a fantasy show, or fantasy Patreon anyway, as well as a podcast here in the next week. ESPN does their fantasy football marathon on the 16th, so we'll try to put it out the day before. Schwarber is the MVP for 22. I don't think so. He's very good. He's the MVP possibly of the Phillies. Austin Riley, I think, is the MVP in the National League, but there's a number of contenders for it. If I had to guess, Might be Freddie Freeman as well. He's going to get some votes. Pete Alonso could get some votes. Yeah, none of the names that you just mentioned are all pro receivers. None. And for a young quarterback, you need somebody to trust. Who in that group are you going to rely on? Pringle? He's a versatile receiver. David Moore? Maybe. But none of them are guys that you can count on for 1,000 yards. Harry was a good prospect. He's never put it together in an NFL uniform. Ever. I really liked him when he was drafted by the Patriots. Came from Herm Edwards at Arizona State. He just never did well. He's one of those practice guys at this point in the NFL. Mooney, good to know. Yeah, Michael Pittman's probably my receiver that if you're looking for a receiver that could possibly finish in the top 10 for production, maybe even top 5, Michael Pittman I think is your guy. Running back, everybody is down on Ezekiel Elliott. I think you're going to be surprised by how good he does. Not saying he'll do enough to keep him around in Dallas for another year, but I think for another year of fantasy, he should be very relevant, especially with Amari Cooper going. Who are you going to get at tight end? I always go late for my tight end. Saquon Barkley, I never draft just because of injuries. He's always a steer clear for me. He's good for however long he's in the lineup, but even with that lineup last year, he was 2 yards in a pile of dust, and then he would break one for 80 yards, and that would be the whole reason why he was good that week in fantasy. So I would steer clear of Saquon Barkley. But for tight end, I go late. Um, I don't. I'm still toying between a couple of guys. We'll get into that in the fantasy show. Quarterback, I also like to wait on them. There's a lot of good ones this year. Jalen Hurts, I think, is being drafted way too high in leagues right now. I understand he's going to be good, and I understand he's going to be a running quarterback, and he's got better options out there as Mookie Betts gets a double there. But I think he's still being drafted too high, even in fantasy. With Deshaun Watson only getting a 6-game suspension, even with the appeal that the NFL has submitted, I don't think that's going to change. If you can get a quarterback that can start you for 6 weeks, then you can go to Deshaun Watson. Even though he missed as much time as he did, that offense is ready-made for him to go when he gets in there. So keep an eye out for Deshaun Watson. He's going to go late in the drafts this year as well. Lamar, I took as the backup quarterback in all my leagues pretty much last year. I invested in a high quarterback last year, and more of out of the way the draft board fell to me. All the good receivers and tight ends and running backs were all gone by my pick, so the only one left was Aaron Rodgers at quarterback. So I took him as my top quarterback. That didn't work out too well. Fields as a backup, I tried that last year as well on a couple of teams. Didn't work out. Had to cut him by week 3. But quarterbacks to kind of keep your eye on. Dak Prescott's going to be running quarterback a little bit more this year. Keep your eyes on that one. And teams that are going to be playing from behind. Trey Turner gets a base hit there and drives home Mookie Betts. 4-3 now here in the bottom of the 5th. But as far as quarterbacks, teams that are going to have or play from behind anyway, teams like Seattle, where Drew Lock might not be a good real life quarterback, might have some relevance in fantasy on bye weeks, that kind of a thing. Not saying I'd draft him, but keep him in mind when bye weeks come around. They're going to be struggling to keep up with the other team. Well, this last year they did the White Sox and Yankees. That was unbelievable. This year they're doing the Cubs and Reds. Cubs are a national brand. Reds were, I guess you could call them a division rival. But that's, I guess, the biggest reason there. I thought they should have done something like the Brewers and Cubs instead. That would have been something. Or maybe even the Twins and Cubs or Cardinals and Cubs. Something like that would have been better than the Reds, even with the Cubs having a down year. There's a good pitch there by Gray, right at the knees to Freeman, 0-1. There's a lot of quarterbacks to keep your eye on this year. A surprise would probably be the Freeman pops this one up directly over home plate. Now going back behind home plate a little bit. Sanchez squeezes it. That's the second out. But as I was trying to say, Lawrence is going to be a very interesting piece going forward. This year, I think he could have some fantasy relevance in the second half of the season. Sneaky pick as well as Davis Mills. He really came on in the final 4 weeks of last year, was a top 10 quarterback in fantasy last year over the final 4 or 5 weeks. So don't sleep on Davis Mills. He doesn't have the weapons the others do, but he's got a little bit more weapons this year. And even though he's got a new coordinator, we'll see how he does. I like targeting quarterbacks in that 10 to 15 range and then see if I can get one to pop into that top 10. I don't invest a lot in quarterback. NFL Plus is the streaming service for NFL games. Is that actually live or is that next year? I thought that was next year. Because if that's live, I might actually get that right now. It's live? Really? Really? Local games. So this isn't like the Sunday ticket. It sounds like you're only going to get local games, not out of market games. Preseason, you get the out of market. I think it's because of the. I might actually do that because that's exactly what I was looking for to watch the game on Friday with you guys, the Packers and 49ers. Yeah, that's what I'm reading on right now. I want to see if you actually get out of market regular season games because if you don't, I can at least get it for the preseason and then switch over to my Sunday ticket for the week or during the season. Hmm. Yeah, I'll probably get this for the preseason at least. That's pretty cheap for the preseason. It's only $4.99. That's ridiculously cheap. Annual price of only $29. That's a pretty good deal. Dodgers have tied it here in the 5th. Caleb Philbar is coming on for Sonny Gray. Turner stole second, and Will Smith hit a double. And we're all square. Good game so far. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that at least for the preseason games. Try to catch up on a bunch of other teams. Not saying I'll watch preseason football nonstop, but got to get updated on everything. See how the depth charts are unfolding, quarterback competition, etc. We mentioned last night during the daily update that we did that Baker Mayfield, as expected, has taken the lead out there in Carolina. Hanser Alberto has come on as a pinch hitter here. Ravens Titans should be the more entertaining game. The Giants, though, I think they're going to be entertaining just because they need to see some production from Daniel Jones. So I think you're going to see him play more than you might. Didn't they also sign somebody there as well to be his backup? I can't remember who, though. I remember doing a video on it. Tyrod Taylor, is that it? Tyrod Taylor, the backup for the Giants. Matt Nagy. I think Bears or the Chicago Bears gave him unceremoniously a boot out the door. Nice catch there by Miranda. Beautiful play, and that's the end of the fifth. We go to the sixth, tied at 4. 4 runs, 6 hits apiece. 2 errors for the Twins, the only difference. But yeah, Matt Nagy, I think, never got the benefit of the doubt with the Bears. I mean, look at the quarterbacks he had to work with. In his first year, first couple of years, he was given Mitch Trubisky, who was a serviceable quarterback. And he got him to the postseason. Mitch Trubisky now is not the same Mitch Trubisky that was in Chicago. Then, of course, the past couple of years, Nagy just didn't have anything to work with at that quarterback position. Justin Fields last year, the way that they had to work with Andy Dalton, etc. I think the front office wanted to protect Fields more than anything else, and he just couldn't hold back the tide any longer. Both paid the price, though. Yeah, he would. I mean, he didn't handle the press well, but what coach does, besides maybe McVay, he's the only one I've actually seen handle the press exceptionally well. Tomlin doesn't get too flustered either for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's always the same. You can get underneath most of these coaches' skin, except probably Sean McVay. He's the only one I've seen not be able to be affected by the media. In fact, he steers the media in the direction he needs to. Showing the replay of Miranda. Plays 26 games at third base this year. Has only made 1 error. David Price is coming out for the Dodgers in 29 games. Has thrown 30 innings and a 2.7 ERA. His $30 million contract will be coming off the books this winter for the Dodgers. They can reinvest that money elsewhere. Alberto stays in the game at third. First ball swinging is down the line and foul for Jake Cave. Another one fouled off, and it's quickly 0-2. make sure you join us here at the Upside. Hit that follow button on Twitter at UpsideSN and subscribe here on YouTube. We're going to have our podcast coming out tomorrow evening. Our daily update tonight will be right after the Dodger game. We're here in the top of the 6th. The 1-2 pitch by Price below the zone. 2-2. We'll be putting out a short video tomorrow as well. Touching on a little bit of the news that we saw over the last day or two. Cave fouls this one off, and we'll do it again. Dodger faithful enjoying a Dodger dog at the game. That one just off the outside corner, but he did go around according to the third base umpire. And that'll go down as a strikeout. One away here in the top of the 6th. Tim Beckham up. 0-1 here as Price is ahead. The lefty deals outside, and it's 1-1. Hope you guys have had a good start to your week. Doing a doubleheader today. Tomorrow we'll post our first podcast in Patreon. We'll also have our daily update tonight after the game and tomorrow at 10 o'clock. We will not be doing a live tomorrow, but on Friday we will be doing the Packers and 49ers game. That'll start about 7:30. As soon as I get off of work, I'll head home as quickly as I can. We might miss the first drive or so, but we should be on the air probably by about 7:45, hopefully, assuming we don't have too many customers that come in last minute. Little grounder there to short. Turner up with it, fires over to first. Freeman makes a nice play on it. That's the second out of the inning. That's a great play by Turner. Still has the defense. Throws a little bit offline, but still they're able to get it over there in time. Gary Sanchez up, and his last at bat hit that home run. Take strike one right down the middle. Also has a walk in the game. Scored twice. Has 11 home runs on the year, hitting .216. Evan Phillips is loosening out there in the Dodger bullpen. That's the end of the inning. Nice play there by Alberto. Sanchez hammered it down the line. Alberto, of course, an excellent defender. Won the Gold Glove in the minor leagues for like 5 straight years, 4 straight years, something like that. Won the award for best defender in all of minor league baseball for years. Finally got a chance with the Orioles and is now on a winning team with the LA Dodgers with a chance to win a title this year. We'll see if he can do it. Personally, I'm pulling for him. Former Texas Ranger farmhand. If you guys have been following me for a long time, you guys know I'm a big Rangers fan. To the bottom of the sixth we go, though. It'll be Turner, Lux, and Taylor for the Dodgers. See if Caleb Thielbar stays on for the Twins. Twins, of course, made a couple of acquisitions at the deadline. Tyler Mahle for the starting staff. Jorge Lopez out of the bullpen. Michael Fulmer out of the bullpen. So they've got some options to turn to out there now. Of course, they just released Duffy after designating him for assignment. Brought up a guy from the minors that's having a lot of success as well in Sands. So that bullpen is ready to go anyway. We'll see how they fare against this potent Dodger lineup. In fact, one of those acquisitions is coming on right now. Michael Fulmer came over from the Tigers at the deadline. Former starting pitcher, so you can stretch him out if need be. And I imagine that's probably what the Twins would like to do ideally, have a multi-inning reliever of his caliber back there. Dodgers played great defense. In that half inning to get out of it behind David Price. Fulmer in 44 games this year, 42 innings pitched, a 3.0 ERA, a 126 whip. He will face Justin Turner first. He is the Dodger designated hitter today. The righty set and the pitch. Right at the top of the zone, but Gary Sanchez unfortunately doesn't frame that at all. And it's 1-0. Count evens now at 1-1. Fulmer working quickly here. Two and one now. As that one misses off the plate. Two and two now to Turner. The set by Fulmer and the pitch. Tapped to short. Correa up with it. Flips to first. Good play there. One away. The game's picking up a little bit of speed as Fulmer's working quickly here. Thank you guys for joining us for a late one. Looks like this one's probably going to run late as well. We're already at 11:30 and we're only in the bottom of the sixth. If I had to guess, we're going to be closer to a 1 o'clock Central finish. Unfortunately, I do work open to close tomorrow, so it'll be a long one for me tomorrow. That one right on the outside corner, 0-1. Lux reached on a walk back in the fourth inning, stole the base. The ball plunked off his hand anyway and went into left. And he went on to third and went around to score after that. That one just off the outside corner, and it's 1-1 to Gavin Lux. If you guys are just joining us for the first time, make sure you hit that like button, say hello, and subscribe to us here on YouTube. We do a whole bunch of baseball games live. We also keep you guys updated on what's happening with the NFL, NBA, MLB, and the NHL. Whatever's happening around the league from your favorite team, just keep it here to the upside, and we'll let you know what's going on. Fulmer is on here for the Twins here in the bottom of the sixth. One away. The 1-2 pitch here to Lux. Swung on and miss. And Lux is retired. Chris Taylor is due next. We'll see if they pinch hit for him. Nope, they're going to leave him in the game. Thought they might go to Joey Gallo, who had a double in last night's game. Scored a run, see if they could get a little bit more production out of him. Taylor also got a walk in the second. Has a .232 average, 6 homers and 29 RBIs. Has missed some time due to injury this year. Swung on and missed at a pitch well outside of the zone, low and away, and it's 0-1. Taylor, of course, signed that 4-year, $64 million contract this offseason. He's going to be a stalwart in this lineup for years to come. Did he offer at that one? He did, says the first base umpire, and it's 0-2. Looks like he has swung at a couple of balls now in this at bat. We'll see how he does the rest of the way. Fulmer takes time. The 0-2. This one's hit deep to left field, going back at the wall, looking up, and it's gone. Home run by Chris Taylor. Great move by Dave Roberts, keeping him in the lineup. I thought that might have been a great place for Joey Gallo, but he sticks with his guy, Chris Taylor, and gets the job done. That bat hopefully will be coming around. That Dodger lineup really needs that 5, 6, and 7 in that order to start hitting. Chris Taylor's been a stalwart in that lineup for years. Maybe this is the sign of good things to come for him. His bat is also coming around over the past week. The bottom half of that Dodger lineup is starting to look a little bit better. Muncy's has 4 home runs in his last 7 games. Lux has over a 300 batting average now, or close to it anyway. And now Chris Taylor's starting to get in on the act. Justin Turner as well. And Bellinger's even starting to hit some home runs. I was really worried about the platoons for the Dodgers at the deadline. Those platoons seem to be starting to pay off. That one misses well outside for Fulmer. 1-0. Dodgers, though, now have the lead for the second time in the game. They jumped out to a 2-0 lead in the second on the home run by Muncy. And then Lux came around to score as well. In the third, the Twins got 2 on in front of Jorge Polanco, who hit a 3-run blast, making it 3-2. Twins scored another in the top half of the fifth. Dodgers countered with 2 in the bottom half of the fifth. And now that home run there by Chris Taylor makes it a 5-4 game. Bellinger fouls that one away, and it's 2-1. 4 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors for the Twins. 5 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Dodgers. This one's popped up behind home plate. Sanchez stares at it, but it's out well out of play. It's now 2-2. Bellinger, I don't think ever will regain that MVP form that he once had. But if you can get maybe a 240 hitter out of him at this point with that power, the defensive abilities he has out in center, maybe that'd be a great thing for both team and player. Bellinger just gets underneath this one, pops it up into center. Celestino is there and makes the catch for the third out of the inning. To the seventh we go. Dodgers take the lead on the strength of that Chris Taylor solo home run, and it's 5-4. We'll see what the Dodgers do in the top half of the seventh. They did have Evan Phillips loosening earlier. Maybe they go to him here in the seventh. They did use Price in the sixth. It'll be Arise, Correa, and Polanco. Top of the order anyway. Dodgers will also have the top of the order in the bottom half of the seventh. So we'll see how things go. Dodgers with a 1-run lead here. Thank you guys for joining us again. If you haven't hit that like button, please do so. Really does help us out. And if you hit that subscribe button, we'd really appreciate it. Trying to reach 700 by the end of the week. That's a tall task because it's only a few days away. But every single one of you who does hit that subscribe button, we really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Going to the top of the seventh. Looks like they're just getting out of commercial break now anyway. Evan Phillips is indeed coming on for the Dodgers. He will face Arise, Correa, and Polanco. Arise is 2 for 2 today with a walk, has reached base all 3 times and scored a run today, hitting .332 now on the year with an .840 OPS. Correa has been dominated so far in this game. We'll see if he can turn it around. Polanco hit that 3-run home run back in the third. So we'll see if they can continue to get some production out of that top third of the order. Phillips in 44 games has thrown 44 innings, a 1.43 ERA with a .82 whip, 12 walks to 52 strikeouts. Opposing batters hitting 160 against him. The pitch, right on the inner half of the plate, about belt high, 0-1. Right now, the solo home run by Chris Taylor, the difference in the game. Had that go-ahead solo home run in the bottom half of the sixth. Rise fouls that one away, and it's quickly 0-2. He has 6 homers and 36 RBIs on the year. In addition to that .332 batting average, that sterling batting average, I might add. The pitch by Phillips is popped up. See if it gets out of play. Alberto is over. That ball is a good row and a half back behind the screen. And it's 0-2. Rise digs back in again. The set by Phillips. And the pitch. Well beneath the zone. 1-2. Arise being very patient. Off the handle there, fouled away, 1-2. It will remain. And we'll do it again here in the top of the seventh. Dodgers leading 5-4. Carlos Correa will be next. The set by Phillips and the pitch knocked right back up the middle. Turner is there, though, and makes the play. One away. More great defense for the Dodgers. Yet another reason why I think he probably signs a massive 10-year deal this offseason is because that defense is still that good. He plays a great shortstop. Only has committed 9 errors this year. That one finds the zone right at the bottom. Correa didn't like it. Derek Carr. Well, if you follow Colin Cowherd, you think he might be one of the greatest quarterbacks that's never gotten any pub ever. I think he's a very serviceable quarterback. I think for what he does, he's probably the best at it as far as from a completion percentage, that kind of a thing. He's one of those quarterbacks that's not necessarily like a game manager or anything like that, but he's more of a plod along type of quarterback. He's not one that looks for the big shot over the top or anything like that. He looks to, kind of keep the drive moving. Think of him kind of like a running back at the quarterback position. He likes to get 4 yards on first down, another 3 yards on second down, and then in third down, he got third and manageable. I think Justin Herbert is absolutely better, definitely as far as getting the big play. As that pitch goes back to the screen, 2-2 now. But Justin Herbert, I think, is definitely the better quarterback. Derek Carr, I think he's still very good quarterback. He's no slouch in that division. The Raiders are not worse off having him at quarterback than any of the others. It's just a different way of playing the position. If I had to choose between the two to start a team with, give me Justin Herbert. But if I have, say, bad offensive line, if I have not a great defense, then I might want Derek Carr in that type of a spot. Whereas the offensive line for Justin Herbert has to protect him. Otherwise, he may have some struggles. He does have a lot more mobility than a Tom Brady at this point, obviously, but I still would rather protect Justin Herbert. Cease versus Greinke tomorrow. Cease wins that one easily. 2 outs now here in the top of the 7th. Polanco switches back over to the left side now. Takes low ball 1. In case you're just joining us, Dodgers got out to a 2-0 lead on a home run by Max Muncy, and Lux came around to score another one. Polanco, who's up right now, hit a 3-run homer back in the 3rd. Griffin Jacks loosening for the bottom half of the inning. Twins tacked on another one to make it 4-2 in the 5th. And then Dodgers came back and scored a couple in the bottom half. The solo home run by Chris Taylor in the bottom of the 6th is your difference in the game. Welcome back, Charles. Live next Friday or this Friday? This Friday, I'll be doing a live around 7:45. Yeah. My long day started about 8 o'clock and then got on as soon as I could afterward. I still got to do my live after this for the daily update as well. As they show highlights of the Polanco home run. And then tomorrow, I'll be working open to close, posting my first podcast, posting my first Patreon. You guys can follow us here at Upside SN on Twitter. Subscribe here on YouTube for those of you who are just joining us. But those will be coming out tomorrow. I already have the Patreon up. I just don't have anything posted to it yet. I set it at $9.99 for now. I only have the one tier. Wanted to keep it underneath $10. I think it's a once a month thing. I think. Nice strikeout there by Phillips. The Patreon, the first one we'll be doing We'll be doing the Shohei Ohtani off-season video. That'll probably be around 30 to 45 minutes long. We'll do a lot more of what I intended the upside to be originally, is more of the upside, the next step in the sports storyline. So we're going to start with Ohtani. The next one will touch on the shortstop class of this offseason anyway. And then we're going to focus heavily on, future trade possibilities, Donovan Mitchell, etc. I had them written down somewhere anyway. There they are. Oh, you're fine. No, you're good. You don't have to subscribe right away. I mean, I want you guys to, if y'all want to subscribe, subscribe. If y'all want to, you know, I know we had one guy on here at one point was like, "I'll give you $5,000 if give me your information." Did I think he was going to give me $5,000? No, but a lot of you guys that are on here have asked how you guys could support, and so I finally found a way to do it through Patreon. So really appreciate you guys. If you want to subscribe, you're more than welcome to. But please, if your money is tight, don't sit there and say meal to eat or no. Don't do that to yourself. Don't no. I don't need that headache. Looks like we may have lost the feed in the game. Let me refresh the page. Thank you guys for joining us right now. Appreciate it. If you're just joining us, make sure you hit that subscribe button and like. Just watching the Twins versus Dodger game right now. Dodgers in front, 5-4 in the bottom of the seventh. Friday, we're going to be doing the first preseason game of the year. Here at the Upside, we're going to do the Packers and 49ers game. I'm not sure if we'll be doing a late game or not, because that game's probably going to take us past the 10 o'clock hour anyway. But we might check in on some late games that are going on for baseball. But now that you've shown me NFL Plus, I can sign up for that one. Make sure I get the preseason game. I think it might be a national game anyway, but Griffin Jacks is indeed coming on. First pitch to Mookie popped up and out of play, 0-1. On Saturday, I'm going to, friend of mine is coming over to do to go over my live stream to try to improve it. That way it's not just me sitting here on a screen talking to you guys. Ideally, I bought a big screen, to put behind me at some point. I don't have room for it back here. But there's a program that he has that he wants to install on the computer to allow me to use kind of a scroll at the bottom, have like a scoreboard down here at the bottom as well. Maybe have a ticker up here with the scores that are going on, etc. Maybe a link that's up here so that you could join all the other different forms of social media we have, the Patreon, the podcast, all those kind of things once we get those going. But that's what we'll be doing early on Saturday, depending on how long that runs. I'm expecting that to probably run to about 9 o'clock, just to kind of get all those updates done and installed and show me how to use them and, get them to work properly. And then we'll start with the 9 o'clock game, Rams versus Chargers preseason game. Yes, you see this video quality right here? Like, it's nice having the background I have. It's nice having, the gamer chair that I bought. It's nice that the new the new mic that I have. You guys can see the tip of it right here. I literally just put this up yesterday. This is what I got for the podcast to make sure the sound quality is a little bit better than the mic that's on the camera that I have. I just wasn't satisfied with the mic on it. But yeah, my friend, he does nothing but 4K videos, And I'm not expecting this to be 4K, don't get me wrong. But the scoreboard down at the bottom is what I want to have down here, because I know a lot of you guys, well, a lot of people who tune in here that don't normally watch us don't exactly know, like, especially if we're in between innings and I'm sitting here drinking a cup of water, they tune in for 2 seconds and go, this is boring, and move on. You know, like, at least having the scoreboard down here, at least they'd stick around and know it, we're at least watching while I do that. Exactly. Sometimes I might flip between games as well, like I did as we were getting the end of the Rangers and Astros game. Long fly ball out to center, off the top of the wall. Nice play by Celestino, but unfortunately wasn't able to quite make a catch or make the catch on it. Turner missed a home run by about 2 feet. But I'd really like to have that ticker up here of the scores as they go by. Really want to be able to, like, click a button and be able to put up on the screen a graphic. Um, the program he has also allowed me to share the screen with you guys. That way, if I'm looking up some information or an article, you guys can see where I'm getting that information. That'll really help my videos for, like, shorts as well. That should be a lot better. So it shouldn't just improve lives, it'll improve videos across the board. So I'm really looking forward to that. Basically a two-man operation that getting help from another YouTuber who has a tech channel that I work with, and see if he can help me out anyway. He does mostly Apple stuff, so it's harder getting news for tech. He's always telling me, just for, like, Apple stuff. Most of that stuff releases around a certain time of the year. Thanks, Charles, for joining us. Appreciate you. We'll see you tomorrow, okay? Yep, Sundays when we go live, those will be great. We're still going to do baseball over the next couple of Sundays, but once we get into the NFL season, Sundays will be NFL Sundays. Fantasy football earlier in the morning. Uh, for the podcast, I was thinking about doing a headset just so I can hear the sound a lot better. But when I'm doing the games, no, like lives. I like having literally the sound off. That way you guys can hear everything. Now, I do have some music that I've had if you guys look back at some of my early videos, you can actually hear some original music that I had a friend of mine who actually has his own band. He created the sound for me that I used in like my 10-minute long videos, like, where will Russell Wilson be traded, blah blah blah. Where will Aaron Rodgers be traded? You can hear that in between every single one of the sections of video that I made. I was thinking about rolling some of that behind in the background as well. That way it's not just static me talking, and you can actually hear something in the background without having it be copyrighted or whatever. Freddie Freeman, 2-1 to him. This one foul tipped. Be 2-2. But no, I don't think I'll do a headset. I do have one, but I don't think it's compatible with everything that I have now. It's an older headset. I want to get one of those nice ones for whenever I do my podcast. I really want that sound quality to be just chef's kiss perfect, but we'll see. Freddie Freeman, a nice swing on that one, but right to left field. Nice play there by Cave. 2 away. Turner will have to return to second. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate it. The one thing I think I need to focus on more is creating videos in the programs that I have already. Looks like they're going to intentionally walk Smith here to face Alberto, who is going to be lifted for Joey Gallo. So they do end up going with Gallo in this spot. We'll see if the Twins counter. Gallo, one of my favorite players in his time with the Rangers. We'll see how he does here. Obviously, he's had a tough year so far, but got a double in last night's game. Mound visit is over for the Twins. Two on, two out here in the bottom of the seventh. Chance for Gallo to do some damage. Has raised that average up to 162. He's 3 for 14 with a double here with the Dodgers. First pitch below the zone, 0-1, or 1-0, excuse me. That one well up north, 2-0. Gallo looking for a pitch to drive here. Swing and a miss at one at the knees on the or inside corner, and it's 2-1. Appreciate you guys joining us. If you wouldn't mind hitting that like button, we'd really appreciate that. If you haven't subscribed already, please do so as well. Gallo getting set in the box. Griffin Jacks looking in. The set by the righty. And the pitch. Hit hard to left center field, back to the wall. Gone! Joey Gallo's first home run as a member of the LA Dodgers puts the Dodgers in front 8-4. He gets the job done there. That's got to be a huge relief there for Joey Gallo going the opposite way. 101 off the bat, 32-degree launch angle, 400 feet. Absolutely fantastic piece of hitting there. With one swing, he has raised his average up to 165. Nice work. Roberts couldn't have a bigger smile on his face right now for Joey Gallo. It's going to be very difficult for Gallo to have any consistency, especially with the platooning that he's going to experience with LA, but that was huge for Joey Gallo. A big fist pump as he rounds first base. That was huge for Joey Gallo. Man, I'm happy for him. He has had one tough year. That's his 12th home run against Minnesota in his career. 0-1 now to Justin Turner. Taps this one out to third. Miranda flips on to first. Oh, Arise couldn't dig it out. The throw was there in plenty of time. The hop wasn't even that bad. That's going to go as an error on Miranda, though. That should have been caught, though, by Arise. That wasn't that difficult. He just tried to wave at it. That's disappointing if you're a Twins fan. I mean, it hit him in the basket of the glove. Come on, man. Yes, he did. Welcome back, Wee. He just hit a 3-run homer, his first with the Dodgers. Gavin Luck's up now after the error. Turner on first base. That one misses inside and low. 1-0. That'll be a great man for Joey Gallo to talk to, Freddie Freeman. Pick his mind a little bit. Very different approaches, different ways in which they go about things. But if he can get his average up even over 230, 240, we're talking about a prolific impact bat. Yeah, if you were watching the game, he was doing one of these as he went around first base. It was big. He needed that one. This one hit into the shift. Lux is out at first, and the error doesn't end up costing him. But after 7, Dodgers have extended their lead now 8-4. Pirates beat the D-backs. Okay. Did you have money on it or something? Or are you just excited for the Pirates? Had a feeling. We've had a fair amount of gamblers on here over the past, I don't know, month. A lot of gamblers on Phillies and Nationals games. Nationals games, I don't know why you're betting on the Nationals. Ugh. Mm. That's when you call that 1-800 number help. You ain't winning if you're betting on them right now. Chris Martin will be coming on for Evan Phillips. Gallo remains in at left field. Taylor has switched from left to third. Really? Geno Smith to start the Seahawks' first preseason game. Is Locke injured, or is it just Geno Smith has won the jobs or is ahead in the job right now? Halfway wonder if it's just for media purposes, how much bad press Drew Lock been getting. Let Geno Smith go out there for a couple weeks, stink it up, and then send Drew Lock out there and see what you got for the final 15 weeks of the season. Okay. I was wondering. Deshaun Watson is going to start his preseason game against the Jaguars. Well, of course, he hasn't played football in over a year, so he kind of needs to, actually play some football games. Now, I don't expect him to play much, but yeah, he needs to get something going. I don't know. I like Drew Lock. He had decent weapons. I didn't really like the way they handled him as far as a coaching staff, though, in Denver. I thought he was kind of limited in what he was allowed to do with that offense. They tried to show off his deep cannon of an arm and not allow him to be, somebody who could give you a 10, 15-yard out route. They tried to throw the ball down the field, 25-yard seam routes. And then they tried to do like wide receiver screens, tight end seam routes. And while he connected on a fair amount of them, I don't think that was what was best for his game. First pitch to Kepler. And he hits it right to Mookie Betts. One away, one pitch, one out for Chris Martin, who came over at the deadline from the Chicago Cubs. Zach McKinstry going the other way. Miranda is due next. He's 2 for 3 today. Dodgers fans now have big smiles. Mookie Betts with a big old smile. That 3-run home run by Joey Gallo gave this Dodgers team a lot of breathing room now. First pitch right down the middle, 96-mile-an-hour fastball, 0-1. I do like Geno Smith, but Drew Lock is a sneaky option, like I mentioned, as a bye-week replacement. Something to kind of keep your eye on. Miranda hitting .279 on the year, a .796 OPS, and 11 home runs. Dodgers leading 8-4 here in the top of the 8th. 1 out. Dodgers 5 outs from a victory. The pitch by Martin. Right to Turner. The throw, a little bit of a high throw, pulled Freeman off the base. That'll go as an error, I believe, on Turner. Both players that have had their defensive stats shown today have both had errors against them. Something to kind of keep in mind. Broadcasts, don't put those numbers on the screen if you don't want to have them have an error, for those of you who are superstitious anyway. Celestino is due up next. He came on as a pinch hitter for Nick Gordon back in the 5th, I believe. Takes strike one there. He's 0 for 1 with a line out to center. Gave the ball a good ride, but wasn't able to find grass out there. Juan Soto, as they flash up on the screen, a 357 average in 8 games with San Diego. Sounds like he's turning up his play with his new team, trying to earn that $500 million contract I believe he will sign after this season. Now 2-1 to Celestino, as that one misses low and away. The 2-1. Fouled down the first base line. 2-2. Martin, when he's on, is a dominant strikeout pitcher. When he's off, is prone to give up the home run. This one is popped up into right. Mookie Betts gliding over to the foul line, is there and makes the catch, 2 away. Twins down to their final out here in the 8th. Kershaw in the Dodgers dugout. He was supposed to have started this game, of course, but he is on the IL right now. Jake Cave is up next. He's 0 for 2 with a walk, hitting .250 on the year. 1 home run and 2 RBIs. Of course, he missed a ton of time this year. I think this is only his 7th game. The pitch by Martin swung on and missed, but Cave got a good swing on that one. Did not miss that one by much. And it's 0-1. Kershaw experimenting with grips over there in the dugout. Kershaw, you're an older pitcher. Don't try to throw new pitches. Again, Cave is late on that fastball. It's only a 93-mile-an-hour fastball, but because of his extension anyway, gets on the hitter a little bit quicker. Cave is behind 0-2 now. The 0-2 pitch by Cave, or by Martin to Cave, upstairs. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. 1-2. One quarterback I don't think anybody's talking to, by the way, is Kirk Cousins. I think he's going to be a top 10 fantasy quarterback this year. Keep your eyes peeled. Cave misses that one and strikes out yet again today. And he's 0 for 3. To the bottom of the 8th we go. But in fantasy, if you're needing some solid week-by-week production, I think the Vikings have an outside shot to win that division. I think Cousins is going to be throwing for at least 250 every week. He's now back with his quarterbacks coach from the Washington Redskins days. They're going to be a lot more offensive-minded, and I think they're going to be a little bit more pass-happy than they have been with Mike Zimmer. Zimmer, of course, was always hand the ball off. And he wasn't wrong every single time that they didn't. And he would argue about it. Is that's when mistakes would happen. The receiver would drop the ball. It'd be batted up in the air and picked off. The quarterback would fumble it. It was just bad plays. So you can't really blame Zimmer for how he was treating that quarterback position. But now that they've got O'Connell as their head coach, there should be a lot more offense there to be had. Justin Jefferson possibly could be a wide receiver number 1 this year. Adam Thielen is a fantastic number 2 option. Now, they don't have too much beyond that outside of Dalvin Cook. So we'll see if they spread the ball around a little bit more, involve the tight end, etc. But the top 2 cogs in that offense should both be top 20 receivers in that offense, which in my book will at least keep Kirk Cousins right around that 8, 9, 10 in the quarterback room. Could be higher if they are able to throw the ball around a little bit more to the 3, 4, and 5 receivers. He's never going to be a big time running threat, but he can still move when he needs to. So kind of keep your eyes out for Kirk Cousins. To the bottom of the 8th we go. Cole Sands, the pitcher who came up from the minors, replacing Duffy, causing him to be released to free agency, is up out of that bullpen. He will face Chris Taylor first. Swing and a miss, strike 1 on the outer half of the plate. Chris Taylor originally gave them a 5-4 advantage back in the 6th. Joey Gallo added 3 more on his 3-run shot in the bottom of the 7th. Here in the 8th, it'll be up to Taylor first, to be followed by Bellinger and Betts. Taylor hitting .235 now. He now has 7 homers and 30 RBIs. Oh, 2 now. As I mentioned, right after this is when we're going to do our daily update. Keep you guys updated on everything that's happening in the world of sports from the MLB, NBA, NFL, and the NHL. One and two now on Taylor. Pardon me, just trying to get some paperwork set for that. Out in mid, or finishes below the zone, and it's 2 and 2. Taylor fouls this one away and stays alive. One away now. Sands retires Taylor. It'll be Bellinger up. Dodgers bullpen moving around a little bit now. It doesn't look like Kimbrel's going to enter this game. The 2-2 here to Bellinger. Pops it up and out of play. And we'll do it again. Strike three. A nice pitch there by Sands. Got it working today. 2 away. It's 2-1 now to Mookie Betts. Dodgers trying to tack on one more insurance run just in case they need it. 2-2 now to Mookie as he takes that one all the way. This one's popped up down the first base line. Arise taking a look, but that's behind the dugout. Two and two. This will be the 20th pitch of the inning anyway for Sands. See if he can shut the door. Little tapper off the glove of Sands. And did they get him in time? I don't think so. They do say Mookie was safe at first. Great speed there by Mookie. And we'll see if they review it, but I don't think they will. I mean, it was close, but yep, he was safe. And they review it, and they do say he is indeed out. Interesting. It was a very close play, but either way, the Dodgers are up 4 as we go to the ninth. It'll be Beckham, Sanchez, and Arise. Curious to see if we'll have a pinch hitter for Beckham who's hitting like 125 or something like that. All righty, looks like we're back from commercial break anyway. It is indeed Craig Kimbrell. A little bit surprising they're bringing him in here, as he wasn't the man originally loosening up out there. 41 games this year, a 3-4 record, has 20 saves in 23 chances, a 4.15 ERA. Came over from the White Sox as they had a extra pitching anyway to give away, so they traded him for AJ Pollock. 17 walks to 54 strikeouts. Has only given up the one home run. Has a 261 batting average. He's not nearly the closer that he once was with the Atlanta Braves. He has certainly changed in his time with the Padres, Red Sox, Cubs, White Sox, and now Dodgers. Relievers do tend to bounce around, but after his start, a very surprising last several years for him, having bounced around to a number of teams. Appreciate you guys joining us tonight. Tim Beckham is indeed going to go ahead and hit here. A little bit surprising as his average is well below 150 now. Unable to catch up to that one, and it's 0-1. Fouled off here, and it's quickly 0-2. Yeah, he's not exactly the pitcher he once was. I mean, I've been a fan of his ever since his time with Atlanta, because again, Atlanta. But it's kind of a rhythm thing, or a rhythm thing. I think at this point for Kimbrel, habit that he's done it so much, it's not nearly as imposing as he used to do, or as he used to be anyway. That was a horrible play there by Taylor. Kind of a duck over to first, but a nice scoop there by Freeman. Looks like he needs to take another rep there at third base. Kind of looks a little sheepish as after that throw. Yeah, that throw did not need to be that hard. Beckham wasn't busting it down the line. One away. Gary Sanchez next. First pitch to him. Lifted out to Mookie. And that's the second out of the inning. Just to remind you guys, right after this, we'll be starting our live daily update video. So make sure you stay tuned for that one. You can follow us here on YouTube. Hit that subscribe button. And make sure you follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. Luis Ariz will be the final line of defense here for the Twins. Dodger faithful already starting to leave, trying to get to their cars as quickly as they can. Beat that traffic. Ariz today, a single, a double, a walk, scored a run, has a .332 average, 6 homers, and 30 RBIs on the year. The pitch, right there at the knees, off speed. I guess they called that a ball, 1-0. The set by Kimbrel and the pitch. This one hammered out to right. Betts was shifted over quite a ways. Ariz will easily be able to get in there with a double, his second of the game. Wow. The Twins really have something with Ariz. Probably one of the best players you've never heard of in baseball. Carlos Correa digging in. Has been absolutely abysmal today. 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts. Curveball there by Kimbrel. Gets in there, and it's 0-1. Dodger faithful on their feet anyway. At least some of them anyway. Crowd is certainly thinned out. That one misses well upstairs. Now 1-1. As I mentioned, right after this game is over, we'll be starting our live daily update video. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Keep you updated on what's going around in the world of sports. Not too much in the NBA and NHL. NFL had quite a bit of news anyway. We'll get into some of that. Correa bounces this one to Kimbrel. Off of him, back to Will Smith, but he's going to have to put it in his back pocket. Ariz advances to third. Correa reaches first. Not sure if that'll go as a single, but if I had to guess, that'll be scored as a single. Runners on first and third now. This may end up getting to a save situation. That was a tough play, though, for Kimbrel to make. Jorge Polanco digging in. Takes strike one right at the top of the zone. Polanco already with the home run today. A home run here certainly would make things interesting. That one well in the dirt. Now 1-1. That one, another one in the dirt. 2-1 now. Twins trying to scratch across a couple of runs. Correa advances to second on defensive indifference. First base is now open. That one goes all the way to the backstop. Arise will score. It's now 8-5. Correa advances to third. Not a great defensive play there by Will Smith, but he was kind of crossed up with his pitcher. I mean, it wasn't that bad of a location miss. It just Smith thought he could backhand it and just didn't. Of course, that'll probably go as a wild pitch rather than a pass ball. Two and one though to Polanco. Now 8-5 here in the top of the ninth. 2 outs. The pitch lifted out to left center, going back. Gallo onto the track, makes the catch, and that's the end of the ball game. Dodgers take it 8-5. Your difference in the game is that 3-run home run by Joey Gallo in the bottom of the seventh. His first home run as a Dodger. That had to be the play of the game, honestly, in my opinion. That one swing, just chef's kiss. He just absolutely knows how to launch that ball. I mean, you don't like the strikeouts, you don't like the swing and miss, but when he makes contact, it's a thing of beauty, even if it's a pop-up in foul territory. How high he hits that ball, he has a lot of power. But in the end, the Dodgers take it 8-5. In our early game, we saw the Marlins basically dominate in the first half of the game, have a 3-1 lead, and then lose it in the eighth. 3 runs scored for the Phillies in the bottom half of that inning, and they win it 4-3. We watched a little bit of the Rangers and Astros game. Rangers holding on there in extras, winning 8-4, and then we just saw the Twins and Dodgers play. Good competitive back and forth game. Unfortunately for the Twins, just too much offense for the Dodgers, and they take it 8-5. Again, join us here in just a few minutes for our daily update. Should take about 10 to 15 minutes anyway. Let you get updated on all the different sports stories that are going out there right now. You guys can watch it tomorrow if you have to go to bed, but appreciate you guys for joining us. Thank you guys so much for joining us and subscribing to us. Some new information or new stuff coming out tomorrow again with the podcast and Patreon. If you're just joining us, follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. We'll post it there when we do go and post those new features out there for you guys. Again, thank you for all the support. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so here on YouTube. And we'll see you guys here in just a couple of minutes for our daily update. Thank you.